guess it's going to my channel now. I don't know. We'll see. Let me click over to my channel.
That's what I said. We'll try to look on one of our phones. Well, it's doing a her phone.
It shows we're live on my channel. Yep. Streaming it to my channel.
Appreciate you, Bob.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Now we're multi-streaming. Look at that. Bam. That's good stuff.
We can join ourselves live according to Bob.
And look, now on the bottom it says, let me just put "Hey y'all" on the bottom and see if it shows up as me on the bottom in the comments. Because I did it through StreamYard. Yeah, well, it comes up on my channel as "Hey y'all." I don't know what in the world's going on, but I got a thumb up over there already. DC's over there. Bob can be your own audience.
Yeah.
My question is, do both of well, you added the comments, so it's also picking up the comments from my stream in here too. Where remember when Lee and I used to stream on both channels at the same time? Y'all couldn't see the comments back and forth. So I don't think they can still. Like I don't see any of these other comments are over there yet. But
did DC come in on your channel?
And Danette Struna is over there. Can you see where she just commented "Hey" on there?
Yeah, we got. Let's see. We got the
little linky thing over there. That shows it's coming from my channel. So
yeah,
cool.
Like a paper clip or something.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Now we just need Ed to go ahead and hit it on his, and they'll be streaming on 3 channels. So technically, if we had 300 people watching like we did last night, 300 people could be streaming it all on their channel. We could be like international rock stars right there.
I got the chat pulled up on my phone, and I can't see the comments from your stream.
And see, that's what happened when me and Lee were doing it on separate channels. So people would watch half the stream on my stream and then go to Lee's channel. They'd be flipping back and forth so they could fellowship with both chats, right? So
now I guess on the StreamYard part, yes, I can see both ends of the comments.
Yeah.
But just in the regular
chat.
Yeah, if you're in my chat, you can't see what's going on in your chat. And if you're in your chat, you can't see what's going on in my chat. Well, you can, but if you were just watching it, right? So I don't know how many you got watching now. I don't even know. I can't see it on the screen. How many?
You got 16 now.
Oh, we gained 1. Woo! We gained 1. And yeah, now I'm starting to see people over on my channel saying, "Hey, it works." Learn more. So that's cool. But hey, if you're watching on my channel, make sure you're subscribed to Ed, son of 1Bs, and Tim at Gunline Bees. Tim and Hannah, actually. Sorry. At Gunline Bees. So that's pretty good. And I came in late. How long y'all been streaming? 2 hours and a half already?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You come in,
2 hours, 38 minutes,
hour and a half,
22 seconds.
I'm about to have to go cook supper.
Yeah.
No. See, you just played that all wrong, Hannah. You played it wrong. The way you play that is you just keep going on knowing it's getting later and later. And then you're like, you know what? It's too late to be cooking anything. Let's go down to McDonald's and grab us something, or down to the See, you just played it wrong.
To get anything to eat. I mean, it's a 20-mile trip to the closest McDonald's one way.
Really?
North or south? Yes, sir.
Yeah,
North or south?
There's nothing out here.
Not even like a local place.
You got.
I mean, there's the gas station.
Yeah.
If you want to
you get some of that crispy, crunchy chicken from the gas station, if they got that over there.
More like
Gizzards
and gummy chicken from the gas station.
Gummy chicken.
I thought about that over here. I'm like, you know what? They got to drive all the way down the road to even get Little Caesars. I could open up one of these shops over here with a couple pizza ovens that run through, and have a local just pizza joint that people can come and pick up pizza, or hire some high school kids to go deliver pizzas during the evenings for a few hours, and they probably kill. Yeah, Danette says hot dogs. It is.
That's what I was thinking. To say. It could be a hot dog
DC
night.
said peanut butter and jelly. Or
Well,
a bowl of cereal.
I feel bad because I was joking on the channel when James and Steve were coming down, right? And I said we should get us some Wagyu beef steaks, right? Cook them on the grill instead of hamburgers. And today I was in Sam's Club and they had Wagyu beef hamburger patties. So I bought them this week, not last week or 2 weeks ago when they were here. But you go into Sam's today, they'll have one thing. You go into Sam's tomorrow, they'll have a whole nother line of stuff in there. But bowl of cereal or peanut butter sandwich. Fend for yourself works a lot around here too.
Hey, I'm all about a good peanut butter and jelly and a big cup.
Big thing of milk.
I'll take that.
But kill a gallon of milk in that. No problem.
I tell her all the time, it's a good thing we ain't got a milk cow because I'd suck that heifer dry.
My aunt, she's German, and she used to have what they called end of the week soup. So any pasta or beef or anything like that was left over during the week would go in a pot, and she'd put like beef broth with it or something and turn it into a soup/stew, and that was Sunday. So it was just cleaning out the refrigerator.
That's called refrigerator stew.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm from.
The other thing I used to do is I used to take the you take your spaghetti sauce that you've made during the week, right? And then you take that spaghetti sauce and you add, it's already got the tomato sauce and all that in it. Then you just put the chili powder in it, and then put some meat and stuff. Now it's chili. So it went from spaghetti to chili in one few days. So,
yeah, I've done that myself a couple of times.
See, we know how to eat on the cheap down here. Don't get us twisted. we know how to do stuff. My wife's got a sign that says Brenda's kitchen is closed. Grab a little Debbie. I got my industrial strength bags of popcorn in there today.
I'm like Charlie now.
Oh yeah, I like popcorn, man.
This one too.
That's Smart Food white cheddar popcorn. Of course, you get the one from Sam. It's $6.50 for a bag of popcorn. It's a big old bag, but man, it's cheaper to get it at the movie theater and watch the movie just about. But yeah, we had early dinner tonight. The one thing I like getting from Sam's, you ever get the roasted chicken? The rotisserie chicken they got in the back in the grocery store, you get for like $3.50 for a whole bag. And it's already cooked. Y'all don't have a Sam's Club near where you're at, Tim?
Oh, yeah.
But we don't have a membership to it.
Yeah, it's in the big city. It's down in Mobile.
They got these. You can get them at the grocery store sometime, like Publix or a place like that. But it's a whole chicken that they've had on a rotisserie, and it's like $3.50 for a whole chicken. So that's what we had today.
Oh yeah, we got I don't know if y'all got these or not, but it's a grocery store called Winn-Dixie.
Oh,
and
we did.
The Winn-Dixie, they have like a big rotisserie back there with them things turning, and man, you get a pretty good chicken off that joker.
Yep, and then it turns into chicken salad after you had that first meal. The next day is chicken salad sandwiches. So, what you looking in a colony?
Oh yeah, barbecue chicken.
Yeah, I opened up a colony for a minute. Hold on a second. I'm gonna open. You got me large again. This is my May colony, second deep. Ouch. Well, I'm doing a bob. Yeah, it got me right in my nose.
That'll teach you.
Oh, right in my nose.
Did it get you on the
That
inside of the
ear. Right in the nostril. Right in the nostril.
Hold on, I just had someone
Bring
pull
tear
up,
to the eye.
I think. Yep, honey, hold on. I'll be right back. Gotta go sell some honey.
Yeah.
Ooh, it
We
brought
got
tear to
that,
my eye.
ladies and gentlemen.
It ain't alive until somebody gets stung, isn't it?
Yeah.
at least when Bob's on, anyways. Huh. Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Feel like I'm crying like a
don't
little
feel too
baby.
bad.
Proud.
Whenever we were fooling with them bees at the church some years back, and I just went and investigated them thing. Buddy, that's where one of them she got me right in the inside of my nose kind of thing. It's like she grabbed the outside and tucked her tail to the inside of my nose. And buddy, she lit me up.
Yeah. Yeah, see this one here has got berries on it, man. Oh, now go drop the phone. Yeah, got berries and stuff on this one already.
Let me make
Like
it
they
big
produced
again.
on. You look at these here, got berries on them with the tassels.
Yep.
And this is two different kinds.
That's the
I
same
think it
thing.
was two different kinds.
No, that berry's going to turn into that white blossom to where we get so-called popcorn tree from. They'll open up to a pretty white little bloom.
Yeah, but I don't understand why the other ones produced another tassel off it. This one is straight to this. You know.
I don't know. Let's
So I'm just wondering if we could pack it for a second run.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what we're seeing in a lot of ways. A restart, if you will, but is it going to produce?
Hashtag 30 frames.
I heard that.
Whew.
Put in your piggy bank.
Hey, or hashtag clarifier. The
Yeah, you've already paid for that doggone extra uncapper.
Yeah. The guy hadn't called me about those nukes, so I don't know if he got some or decided not to get them or what. But whew, man, I'm out of breath now. I'm old. Can't be running like that. But yeah, that's all I do is like get it, throw it in the jar, and then when Ed calls me, I count it. So just not counting the money to get it organized. But that's all I do, man. I don't even have to sit out there. I just go ahead and got that sign in the yard. They pull up and honk the horn, and I come out. As long as they wait long enough.
Are you starting to see an uptick as far as your customers coming on?
Well, I did 50. I did 50 pints this last time I pulled, and I don't know. I've sold 23 pints so far in the last 2 weeks because I pulled after the weekend James and them were here, so it was 2 weeks ago. So I've sold 20. No, I'm lying. I've got 25 pints. So I've sold 25 pints. So 25 times 15, $375 worth of honey in the last week and a half, maybe.
Awesome.
Well, hey, that's almost $400 more than what you had, and be able to put toward whatever you want to do your next little investment on.
That's it. Little. I like how you said that. Nice. Have you looked at the beekeeping stores? There are no little investments anymore.
Well, I don't even look at it. If we need something, then look at that one price. And I kind of tremble at times, as you know, when you and Lee are doing your lives, or you on with Charlie or something, that whenever you going through different websites at some of the prices on stuff, I'm going, ain't no way we could do it, you know.
You can do it, Tim. You can do it. You just got to and when Ed and I talked about this yesterday, which was kind of like last night's live stream, when I talk about this equipment and stuff, it's not, hopefully I don't come off like, I just got all this money. I don't have all this money. And that's kind of the whole point behind it, is that when I started, I had, 2 colonies, and I started selling honey, and then I just hold that money. That's why that jar's got that money, because I don't go out and, I got $40. Let me go down and buy, Bojangles for everybody tonight. That is its own thing. It just sits there. And and I stack it away until I can afford to get that. If I need to go down and get $600 worth of frames or something, I try to take it from that money. And it was just, but if you look at what I've done just in the last year and this year, being small time, right? Buying queens to sell them to make $12 a queen. Now I take all the risk on whether those queens are going to live or whether they die till they're sold. So that's a gamble. Some people aren't willing to gamble that honey money, and I've done it a little bit. Or buying those nukes to make nukes to try to sell. The first set I sold and made money plus, right? Actually, I didn't sell them all. So I got 20 of them. That cost me $2,000. I sold and made $2,800. So I profited $800. But then I spent the first $2,000 again and got 20 more, right? So that just added on to my apiary. So it went back to that whole principle. If I bought 20 of them and sold 10, then I got 10 for free, right? So my thing was, well, if I bought 20 and I sold 20, then I got 20 for free. That was kind of the model I was looking at. And but looking forward towards next year, right? So I got these bees. Now my apiary is bigger. So next year, maybe I can make more honey to generate more cash to, just kind of keep it turning, right? And it's just like on your construction job. So you got a job, you're working that job. And you can't necessarily get paid until you're done with this job, right? You're not getting money for the next job until you're done with this job. So with having multiple streams and ways to have money come in, so like you can't sell honey till you have honey, right? So that's kind of the thing, is I can't sell this year's honey until I've harvested, and it's not time to harvest honey yet, so I can't use that money. So how am I going to come up with money to come in when I can't have that money? Does that make sense? Are you following me? Tracking me? So that's when I started saying, well, what can I do in the springtime to help me make money to make it to honey that can help me make it back to springtime again? So that's when the swarm lure kind of came in. So now swarm lure is dying off and sale. Now honey sale should pick up, but that's just my twisted way of looking at things, and it has been helpful. I've been able to stack some money to the side to buy things as I need them, but it's definitely not a hopefully it's more of an encouragement to people than it is, well, Bob's just talking about money. That's not me at all. It's just that it's more about how can I make money for beekeeping. And at some point, if it gets to the spot to where I can quit my day job, then guess what? woohoo! It'll be a celebration, you know. So, oh, Ed dropped off, but but that's, you know, that's kind of the thing. Someone asked me the other day, well, how do you give away extractors and stuff? And I said, you know what? The viewers of the streams have more than paid for an extractor, right? I don't feel bad about spending $400 and giving away an extractor if somebody's going to use it and it helps them. And over the year, you know, they've bought pins, they've bought Apis, they've bought Swarm Lure. Now they're buying Honey Rustler. So it's like I'm just giving back out of what's been given to me. So I don't look at it that way. And, you know, so it doesn't bother me if I give away, you know, a $200, you know, what's the thing called? The
Butler.
The Hive Butler, yeah, the $200 Hive Butler or a $400 extractor. Now, can I do it all the time? No, but I can do it some of the time, you know, to show my appreciation, because there's not many ways to do that on through YouTube, right? And people super chat and subscribe and stuff like that, which is all appreciated. And, you know, if anything, I don't think there's any of the people that are watching that, if I was in, let's say, West Virginia, and I told Jeff Thomas or some of these guys, hey, I'm going to be up in your area next week, they'd be like, well, come on by, you know, let's check the bees out and, you know, maybe throw something on the grill or something like that and fellowship. And it's more of a community to me, you know. It's just a group of friends that get together and hang out and talk, but we just happen to all live different geographically, you know, a lot of common interests. So,
well, I mean, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Go back to the beginning on everything. First of all, I admire how you're doing it. Like we've talked before on the phone, you know, different things, but how you're not taking and, first of all, spending money that you don't have just to keep up with the Joneses, in a sense.
right.
And it's very, very responsible if you can do it. And I understand there's times that to be able to carry on with a business or be able to make something profitable for you to make a business, there's times that, yes, you will have to, in a sense, go into debt. But if you can, absolutely save the money,
Right.
pay for it cash, like y'all was talking about the other night. That way, that's done and over with. You don't have to worry about a monthly bill or anything like that. And anything from there on out, once that product has paid for itself, it's nothing but profit. That's money going in your pocket. That money ain't, that interest ain't going into somebody else's pocket to, you know, that's
Well, I mean, sometimes if it's a needed thing, I could understand, like you said, going into debt if you have to. So, prime example, you do construction work, right? If you need something for a job, or you're in the middle of a job and that tool breaks and the only tool you can use is a tool like that, well, you got to get one or you're not getting paid for the work you've already done, right? So you have to find a way, whether it's cash money or you got a buddy that's got one that'll let you borrow it, or you got to buy it. And sometimes that, I mean, you see the beekeeping equipment, it's not cheap. So every piece you get is expensive. And if you look at like the uncapper, for example, for that same machine, you're jumping up $2,000-$3,000 if I got the one that's fully automatic, you know, and it just has another motor on the other side that turns the chain to pull the frames in. So, you know, I don't like automatic stuff that I have to manually do, right? As far as like spinning extractors and stuff. But that was a compromise I had to do if I wanted to get that piece of equipment for the budget I had. So that's kind of the way I look at it. See, and Jeff said his bees bought his extractor. And I mean, that's, you know, I think when we all start, we start with this let's face it, we start with a couple colonies and the least money we can put in it. And then once you decide that, hey, I'm going to start expanding, or, hey, I am the honey guy here. Even my mentor's been here 20 years down the road. I'm still the honey guy over here. You know what I mean? So it's just finding your place in whatever market you're in to profit. If that is, hey, I can't get any queens around here, then you need to be that queen guy. You know, you don't have to be, but if you want to make extra money, then maybe you need to think about being the queen guy, or the or the you know, the nuke guy, or the package guy, whatever, that, you know, takes a weekend and goes down to Georgia and has a list up that, hey, if you're in Southern Alabama and you need a package, I'm going down to get them. Put your name on the list, and this is how much they are, you know, and then you make off of going down to pick them up and doling them out, you know, which, you know, it's kind of Greg Burns's business model. Partially, part of his business model is he goes down and gets packages, and on the way up back to Ohio, all along whatever road he's taking, he's like, I'll meet you at this exit, be there at this time, and we're going to drop off packages. And he's making money all the way back up to where he goes. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you're filling a need, right? And Lord knows, if I had deep pockets and money, I would have a beekeeping store here. If anything, when I started doing the website and getting stuff that I like to sell, was, yeah, it was to offer a cheaper alternative to people. And that's not a cheaper product. It's the same product, but at a cheaper price, and also get a discount for myself to make my products cheaper when I buy them. So, that's the thing. And I scour, like when he's talking about secondhand, brand new, I'm the same way. I've been looking at Facebook Marketplace all the time, trying to see, well, who's got boxes, who's got frames, who's got this, you know, but nobody's here doing it. Nobody's here selling it. So, you know, so there's definitely things that you can do to make money at beekeeping, but I guess the best advice is just do it. You got to do it. You got to have faith. I mean, this is a fellowship, so we'll talk about faith a little bit. You got to have faith that what you're doing makes sense, right? That you don't want to get stuck. You don't want to take all your honey money and drop it in something and then be stuck with queen bees if you can't do that. So just buy what you can feel like you can get rid of, or something like that, you know. And that's why I always just bought to the level of the first price break. When I got that first price break, it was just enough queens to be able to sell queens. I got an extra queen, so I got one for free. And then what I do with that one extra free one, I dropped it in a nuke to make a nuke that either I could grow my apiary or I could sell it, right? So that's the that's how I look at things, man. I just look at them from, is that going to make sense in the long run? Is it going to break itself even more than anything? Is the uncapper going to make it faster for me? I hope so. I don't know. I haven't used it yet, but I hope it will. You know, but then when, like anything else, so I thought last year I had everything I needed. And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, I'm getting bits of wax. So now I got to figure out how to get this wax out of here. Right. So that's been, you always find the next thing you need. And unfortunately, everything you need is about $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 on the bigger scale of things. So at this rate, next year I could be to 100 colonies. I don't know if I'm being able to get to 100 colonies and being able to take care of 100 colonies, or it's a little bit different, right? So I don't know if I could definitely make 100 colonies, but I don't know if I'll have the places to put that. So that's kind of what my next thing is, to find somewhere to put bees that I look, if I see something like an acre for sale, typically it's near a subdivision where I don't want to be, right, with bees. So I don't know what the next option is. So I might be stuck at where I'm at. I might just have to stay there, which in itself is not a bad problem, because then I have to split and make nukes to sell, right? Because I can't keep those extra bees. So we'll see what happens. And I didn't mean to hijack your show, man.
No, I'm listening to you. I mean, everything you're saying making sense. Don't take in. We often, well, I'll just put it for myself. There's times that I've caught myself wanting to. I was pushing myself further than what I was capable of doing.
Right.
I'll say that. Trying to. You want the commercial beekeeper dream if you're in doing this. I mean, I'll say most of our dreams or goal is to eventually be able to take and put in the time we're supposed to put into them, be able to keep up with them as we're supposed to, instead of, once every week getting out there, or just, well, I worked all week. I'm beat. I just don't feel like it type stuff.
Right.
Don't push yourself beyond what you're capable of, like you're saying.
Well, last year, this time of the year, I didn't work. So I could go out there whenever I wanted to for as however long as I wanted to take care of the bees, right? This year, I'm working. So that changes the whole dynamic. Now I have to work the bees when I can and not when I want to. So it's a little bit different, right? So I need to be working them on the weekend. But when it's 58 degrees, 60 degrees and rainy, I'm not working them. So it's like now I got to do all that work tomorrow when it's supposed to be nicer. And the weather's dictating whether or not I can work into my hives or not, which is not ideal for beekeeping. You need to be able to check them and keep them out of the bushes and trees and your swarm traps and everywhere else. But yeah, people like James amaze me. That guy has more drive. I think, and with James, I think he's very not, I don't know if compartmentalized is the appropriate word for it, but he's very focused on where he wants to be. He's defined that for himself and the timeline that he wants to get there, right? So, so for doing that, he said, in 2 years, I want to be at this level, which should yield me this much honey, which should yield me this income, right? And that will allow him to step back and from his day job and start keeping bees full time. But if you look at James, he gets up at the crack of dawn and goes to his day job, works 10 to 12 hours a day. And then he leaves there and goes to his bee yard. And we've all seen him. We've been live at 10 o'clock at night here, and he's out in his wood shop putting together frames, pallets, boxes. And I'm sure he takes a break every now and again, but he knows he has a timeline that he's trying to meet, and he's constantly working towards that. So it doesn't matter what it is. If your goal is to go from 1 colony to 2 colonies, then what's your plan to get there, right? Now, that's not a stretch. I mean, it's easy. You could go out there tomorrow and split them and you'd have 2 colonies. But if you're going from, like, I went from 17 to 59 or 50, I'm figuring if I got 59 going into winter, maybe I've got, hopefully, knock on wood, 50 that make it to next spring, And so then, well, you split 50, you're at 100 even, right? So so that's the thing, is just giving yourself a goal. And be honest with you, I didn't have a goal. I didn't have a projection of where I wanted to be hive wise. I still really don't hive wise, because I don't know, when James was here, he's like, I think you got too many bees for where you're at. so that led me to start looking even more at other pieces of land and maybe farmers and stuff like that to move bees to. But the thing is that if I don't have time to work the bees in my apiary because of work, I really would have less time if I had to drive somewhere and work another whole set of colonies in another apiary. And, then you got to load up bee boxes, right? And we're not talking about just working the bees. You're going to have to plan and load up your truck for supers, frames, and everything else you're going to need, right? And I want to say thank you to Southeastern Colorado Hives for the super chat. I appreciate that because I know it didn't show up on your screen. But the thing is that knowing where you want to go and then figuring out, and it's all right to need help to figure out how you're going to get there. I mean, I called James when I was having problems. I'm like, hey, I saw what you did last year. I don't need to go as hard or maybe as many as he has, but I need to get my colonies where they're pretty equal and move to that level to be able to, honestly, by the state law of how much honey that I can sell legally without the bee police coming to get me, is figuring out how many colonies do I need to have to be able to make the honey that the law says I can make before having to get inspected. If I can make that amount, then that'll give me enough money to maybe I can move it to my honey extraction facility to a place that I can get inspected and, has, even if it's an old, I don't even care if it's an old McDonald's or something that's closed down that's already got the plumbing and infrastructure set up for a restaurant, because that's basically the same thing you'll need for a commercial type kitchen to be able to do a honey extraction, and then have the bee store in the front, right where the dining room would be the bee store. In the back where they would be cooking hamburgers and everything could be the extraction room. So, I mean, it's just thoughts. I go down this rabbit hole and I'm just constantly in a thought on what the next move is. But without having those goals established and where you want to be, you're just kind of spitballing and doing whatever. You're not moving towards something. You're just kind of existing, right? So when you start a job, a construction job, you can't build a deck till you put the post in and concrete in the post and stuff like that. So you have an order that you have to do things in, but you know what the end goal is of building that deck. So the same thing applies in beekeeping. If you want a certain number of colonies, well, you're not going to get there unless you just go drop a bunch of money. And most of us don't have that money to, maybe you could buy 40 nukes. Okay. That's what, $8,000 for 40 nukes. So if you buy 40 nukes, what happened?
I'm still here. It froze up on my end.
So if you bought 40 nukes, well, that's great. But now you need 40 boxes, 40 bottom boards, 40 tops. You need, you're going to get 5 frames in your nukes. So you need 15 frames times 40. So it very quickly, that's 600 frames, right? So that's another $1,800. So it very quickly will spiral out of control unless you find a way to regulate that flow. And for me, to this point, this has taken me 5 years. It's not like I just went out there yesterday and said, I'm going to buy all this extraction stuff and we're going to have this. I don't have it like that. I can't do that, so we just do things that try to help our business grow. And I say our, because I do consider this a family business, even though I'm the only one that in the family that works it. Funny how that works out, right? But but trying to work at something as compared to just doing the work. All right, we'll see you later, Keith.
Take care, brother. We still praying for you, Keith.
Hopefully that resonates with people. It's not, or I go out and work my apiary, but I work my apiary in a fashion to try to propel me to the next step of whatever that is. If it's for you getting from 5 colonies to 10 colonies, well, if you're going to go to 10 colonies and you know you're going to 10 colonies and you got 5, you know you're going to need 10 setups. So as you sell honey, you start buying those other 5 setups that you need to get started and work towards that. So now you know, hey, when I do this year and make this honey, I need to buy 500 frames, let's say, or however many it is, 50 frames, you'll need more, but 50 frames, 5 boxes, 5 bottom boards, 5 tops, maybe 10 supers. So you'll need another 1,000 frames there, right? Or another 100 frames there. So, so you already have in process your growth. And I think what I was doing in the beginning was I was keeping bees, selling honey, and then, oh, let me go buy 20 boxes. Well, that's great. Great. You bought 20 boxes, Bob, but what are you going to do with those 20 boxes? Are they going to be honey supers, or are they going to be for new colonies? Well, if they're new colonies, then why didn't you just go ahead and buy, 4 boxes, 4 bottoms, 4 tops, all the frame, everything you need to grow those, right? And I got caught last year. So, year before last, in the middle of the season, I found myself going to the bee supply store. And then all of a sudden I was making boxes, painting boxes just to make sure they didn't swarm on me right in the middle of the year. So fast forward to the next year, I went and bought a crap ton of boxes and frames and never used them all. I didn't end up needing them. So now this year, so I've had that money sitting out there for 2 years now. This year I'm filling them up. So I'm lagging behind, which I don't like to put money out and just let it sit there. But it worked this year. I don't have to do that for growth. Now next year, I got to look at that again if I'm going to expand or if I'm going to keep it where it's at. And then that'll determine whether or not I need to buy boxes and frames, or if I need to buy frames and pro nukes, or what I need to do, right? So you just got to have that I guess that flow chart or order of operations or whatever you want to call it, that's going to get you from where you're at to where you want to go. Your goal, your plan. And I challenge everybody that's watching to do that, to make some kind of plan. Even it doesn't matter if your goal is to go, 5 colonies more than you got, or double your colonies or triple your colonies. Awesome. How are you going to do it? What are you going to do? What are your bees going to do? And how fast can you do that based on what your bees provide for you? And that way you can use that money and reinvest it.
Well, just do like you talking about. Instead of your mind going crazy, I could do this, or we can the beekeeper pandemonium, I'll put it.
Right.
To where you want to grow the colonies, we got 5, let's get 25. But where I'm going with all that is set the goal.
Right.
Complete the goal, then advance beyond that goal and just repeat the process.
And what that does for you mentally is it gives you a sense of accomplishment that you've done something, right? So like this year, and I wish I would have recorded the calls that I had with James, because I don't say it a lot on the streams, but I was a negative Nelly. I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know what's going on. I knew all the steps that he told me. He didn't really tell me anything that was like, boom, light bulb come on, other than, hey, how old are your queens? And, but other than that, it was all stuff that I had done before. He just reined me back in and said, okay, if that's what you want to do, you need to make sure all your queens are the same age, or you at least know how old they are. And then requeen any poor colonies and just get you back to where I can look in 2 colonies side by side and I can tell well, is she bad or is she good? I mean, we've all looked in the colony. We're like, man, I don't know what's going on over there because they're not doing what the colony next to them is doing. But then you don't know, well, is that colony got a 4-year-old queen that's hanging on by the end and the next one's first-year queen? You know, to disseminate the difference in what's going on in a colony. And where, you know, so bringing myself back to that and being, I guess, humble enough to accept advice, right? James will tell you, I mean, on the stream, he'll say, hey, not once did I tell you to do this. He said, this is what I would probably do. And then if you trust that person's advice, you got to have faith in people sometimes. If you trust that person's advice and what they're doing, then I went out on blind faith and money was not an option. It was just, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it, what it takes and make it happen. And once I did that, things kind of flipped around, you know, and will all my colonies make honey? No, I already knew that when I made the splits. But if they can pull out a box of comb for me, you know, I'm still working towards that goal. And next year, maybe they blow up and just fill up 5 supers. You don't know. But
you've gotten yourself to the point now, Bob, to where I'll say again, you're here, so we're going to use you as the example.
Yeah, make me that whipping post. No, I'm just kidding.
Many of us strive to. I know it's been the debate on what to call yourself, but we're just going to stay with. You're at the sideliner end now. All right, we'll say.
Right.
You're at the point to where intermediate level, we'll say, and you can gain a little bit of profit to grow your bees in your honey now.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to get down onto it, you could do like Brian and them out in Flower Street, you know, do the lotions and the candles and all that stuff to profit off of on your waxes. Burr comb in itself, you'll have plenty to pick up off 50 doggone boxes.
Right.
Then you're really now gotten to the point to where you've got good established colonies and you've pretty well got a good baseline on where you want your genetics for the most part right now. You know, you seem to be okay in how your bees are doing and performing. So now you can sell honey, you can sell wax. Next year, you can be throwing out nukes like crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, I could cut next year, assuming that everything makes it through, I could at least make, and that's going to be conservative, at least make 50 nukes, right? If you took 1 nuke off of every colony in the spring, could make 50. So now you're talking 10 grand right out of the pop that people have paid you for bees, right? So makes it a little bit easier to buy a $4,000 piece of equipment when you just got, you know, $10,000 cash put in your pocket for selling nukes.
Take this season just for that. Like you say, you're at the 50 now. Okay, go ahead and set your goal. We'll just say 1 colony or 1 nuke per colony, like you just talked about. Lay them puppies out, have them up ready to go. Get you a list, because the biggest thing is, I'm not getting off subject, but there's a gentleman that owns a catfish house across the state line that we go to and we eat at. Okay. That place is only open Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The man makes a killing on those 3 days. All right. Just say the mental aspect you take and tell them, okay, you got to get on the list. Well, that's going to give somebody a little bit more of a push to go ahead and pay for them things, because in their mind, they're thinking, if I don't get it, somebody's going to get my spot and I'm going to be out. Versus telling them, hey, I got 10 out the yard this year.
I had that happen this year where people called me before our winter. You know how that is, but Are you going to have nukes next year? Absolutely. And I was writing down their names so I could contact them back. And then you contact them back. Oh, well, my husband already ordered some from over here because they took their money. And I was doing it on the handshake that, yeah, you want 3 nukes, so I'm going to get them. And that's how I ordered them. But the thing is that, I don't know. I buy from people I like and people I know before I buy from anybody else, right? So it doesn't matter for me for the price. If I know, if I was near Tim and Tim said, hey, I'm selling nukes and I need nukes, I don't care if his neighbor's selling nukes. I'm buying them from Tim, right? Because I know Tim and I trust Tim. And if I call Tim up and say, hey, Tim, I'm having this problem, then more than likely Tim would be like, you know what, Bob? I understand. Bring it back and make, we'll make something right. Or, it's easier to work it out like that. But when I go to somebody's house and I help them with their bees and work their bees, and then they call me asking me, do I want they want nukes? And I say, yep, I'll have 3 for you. Got you down on my list. And then I call you back and say, hey, I got these 3 nukes for you. And he's like, oh, I'm going down to Saluda to buy them because they're cheaper than what yours are. Well, great.
So
Don't be calling me. Don't be calling me this year and ask me to come to your bees. It ain't happening.
That's it.
Out. Call your buddy in Saluda that you bought those other bees from and see how that works out for you. It's because I look at it this way. If my time and knowledge aren't valuable enough for you to buy from me right here, that that we went to high school with and we're pretty close to each other, and you want to drive an hour each way, hour and a half each way to buy bees to save $20, then don't call me when you need me to run over and get stung 100 times out of your dad's colonies that hasn't been looked at in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's that fair, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but I value my time, right? Just like y'all do. If you got something to do, you got a little bit of time to do it. You need to take care of and get it done. And you kind of do playing around. But I mean, especially when you own your own business like y'all do, is that Jamie down the street wants us to build a deck and we got him scheduled for this date. Now, what if you go to Jamie and he's like, oh, we decided not to do it when you show up there with your tools and everything? Now you've put somebody else either off or maybe lost a sale because they had to wait too long for you to get to them. But now you got time available because somebody else that you blocked time off for backed out, right? So that's kind of how I look at it too. But I just
we've been there in a sense. A few years back, one of the hurricanes come in, and y'all may have heard of the Gulf Shores area, but that's where the beaches are down there. Well, the storm, just like always, it tears the Gulf to pieces that close to the coast. Pretty good. Well, I'm not going to be that guy and say what the business name is, but the gentleman owns a very large pizza business. I mean, it's he does well for himself. I'll just put it like that. Well, what do I do for him? Same scenario. Tim, y'all come in and do this. Well, we have one person in front of him, and whenever I do my work, I finish up at your house before I go to somebody else's.
We're not fixing to bounce around on 2 or 3 different jobs because everybody's in a hurry.
Well, what you end up doing is wasting your day away driving between jobs.
Yes, sir.
And going to the supply house and instead of getting the job done.
We don't work that way. Well, the job he wanted us to do was literally right across the street from the job we was working on. Well, we had a bidded contract with him, the whole everything, agreed to the contract. A week or so rolls by, and all of a sudden we see a big lumber truck coming in, dropping a load off of material. The material list that I had sent to the guy, okay?
That took a while to make up.
The next day we see a crew rolling up over there. And I'm like, what in the world's going on here? So I confronted the man. I said, look, I said, you told us we had that job and you know what's going on over here as to why we're not there yet. Well, what's going on? Oh, with Tim, we couldn't wait that much longer and so on and so forth and all this good stuff. So, well, long story short, old boy stuck him with some money. Well, guess what? Here comes Mr. Pizza Man across the street talking about, is there any way y'all could get back on that job for me?
Not a chance.
No, sir. You can take that contract, tear it up, because I ain't doing it. You already broke it, so I'm out.
Right.
But my point going there is I will pay a man an extra $1 first to know that I can trust him. And I know whatever he's providing, whether it's a service or bees, whatever it may be. If I know it's good quality stuff, I'm okay with paying a few extra dollars because I know I'm getting quality. Now, oftentimes, whenever you go to the old boy that's down the road and says, hey, I'm $30 cheaper, well, you bust open that nuke, then go back to the old boy that was going to do you right and bust open his nuke and see which one's going to be best.
Right. And not only that, if you buy from some of these bigger guys, you ain't calling up Man Lake and saying, hey, Man Lake, I just put this nuke in or package in a colony and it's doing this. What should I do? They ain't giving you that advice. But I bet you if you call Bob and say, hey, I got this nuke from you and dropped it in a colony and this is what's going on, you know, I would even probably say if they're close by, I would even come out and take a look at them. Well, let me stop by this afternoon. I'll take a peek at them and see what we got, you know. And I tell them point blank when they leave out of here, I tell them just to take the bottom board in the nuke box. Take the bottom board, put it where you're going to put the colony and where it's going to stay. And set the nuke right on top of it and open it up and just let them go. You could leave them there for a couple weeks, just like that, you know. And then once it's really packed in there with bees, then we'll move that over to a bigger box or a different situation. And they already know where their home is, you know, no need to rush and go home and throw it in a big box and then they don't do nothing, you know. So it's just, there's advantages to buying from the smaller guy and doing business with the smaller guy. And I saw Charlie come in. Hey, Charlie. If you need a link, it's over on Tim and Hannah's channel.
Let's see if I can get it back up here for you, Charlie.
And, you know, while you're doing that, I'm going to grab a drink real quick because I'm doing these, you know, they're not the real thing like Tim's using, but these are tobacco or nicotine pouches. They look like what Tim's got, but they're not the same. I don't have the spit cup, so I got a drink. I'll be right back.
So mine's just an old bottle stuck in a cozy thing or whatever. What do you call it?
A bottle holder.
A snack holder. Yeah, but whatever you call that doggone thing there.
You just flash your spit.
Show everybody. Here's my spit cup, yeah.
Well, you at least got a koozie on it. How many times have you grabbed it and take a sip out of it?
I've only done that one time, and that was about 2 years after I started dipping. I left the Dr. Pepper in the truck, and I was thirsting to death, and I totally forgot I had been tobaccoing in it.
I did it a few weeks ago. I had a can in my work truck, and when I was smoking, I usually flip people wonder why I flip butts out the window. It's just for that reason, that I don't put it in a can in the cup holder and forget that I put out a cigarette in the cup in a can and then grab the can and take a nice sip of cigarette water.
Ooh, yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, I didn't throw up. I thought about it, but I didn't.
I'm gonna tell you what, that the hardest I can ever remember laughing in my life was watching one of my younger brothers turn up a spit cup and just drink like he
And
went
vomit until he.
oh my god! It was bad. It was
Look at Philip in the shop down there.
but it was so funny.
You got better internet at the barn than you do at your house. The cows are paying for that good Wi-Fi.
I got you. Muted, so my air compressor will kick on, and you won't be able to hear anything if I leave it.
I got you. I see you got that Harbor Freight nail gun.
Yeah.
Same one I got.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I was on here earlier. I had to get off because my battery was going dead. But the thing I meant to,
Looks like your hair follicles are going dead too.
yeah,
Oh, ugly.
that right there is that's my favorite tool I ever bought from Harbor Freight. But it's a metal.
A nibbler, metal shear.
That's what I cut these with. See, that's all it leaves is really nice. That's all it leaves, a little bit of a ripple.
Yeah, I used to have one of those. I used to, when I owned my car stereo shop back in the late 90s, we used to use it to cut sunroof holes out in the top of cars. One like that. Oh, you guys are going to break a record today. Charlie just came on 3.5 hours in.
I can't believe we're still on here.
Oh, y'all going to be on now. If
You've
not,
been on there
he's
for
streaming
40
on y'all's channel for you.
I just told him we're gonna order a pizza for supper
See?
tonight.
See? You just played it. That's how you play it. It's getting late. Let's just order a pizza. There you go. But don't order from the guy that ditched y'all on the job. Don't do that. Unless he's the only guy in town.
No, he's not. Trust me. I tell her I'm protesting this place, and whenever I protest, nope, you ain't getting me money.
See, now you should just open up your own pizza place and really piss them off, like I did with the Swarm Lure, right?
Right next door to him.
Yeah, well, we are kind of right next door. We're in the same town, basically, but it's sometimes you just got to stick it to the man. So, Charlie, we were talking about goals and beekeeping and everything, and you and I obviously have had this chat before, and on several streams. But you've gotten to the point that you've hit your goals as far as the number of colonies you want, and you know where you want to be. And that in itself, I think, has let you a little bit more, I hate to say freedom because it's always work, but freedom because you know if you got 40 colonies or 30 colonies where you want to be at, that now next year you got 30 nukes you're going to sell, or you know what I mean? You just have that all mapped out in your, at least if it's not on paper, it's in your mind on what you want to, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of grow your colonies and then you kind of test the waters as far as you got nukes you can sell and I sell honey. That's the two main things. So first thing I wanted to do is have enough honey hives that I don't have to buy any honey from anybody else. So I got a dozen honey hives, and that should, you know, if it's a good year, 800 to 1,000 pounds of honey in my area, which is good enough for me. And then I did 1 year sell 20 nukes, and that's a lot of work. Work, not so much work, but stress. It's like I worry about, you know, I want my nukes to be good and quality, you know, and that kind of thing. And this year I did 11 nukes, and I got a system to where how I wanted to manipulate them to get them ready to put them in the shipping container, like I had my video I talk about. And that made it a lot less stressful on me, the beekeeper, and the bees themselves. And because the customer doesn't realize how perishable bees are.
Yeah, I'm going to come next Tuesday and pick them up. Well, no, you're not. You're going to pick them up Saturday, or you ain't getting these bees.
Yeah, well, that's your typical American, you know, as well. You're going to be at my convenience, you know. No, you're coming at my convenience. And, you know, this is farming. This is weather related. Everything is based around the weather. And So this year I had good product. I put Apis in there. They had lots and lots of brood. That when I put 3 frames of brood in, they were 3 really nice frames of brood in every of my nukes, along with the pollen and the honey frames and stuff. And I mean, it's still a hobby for me per se, but I mean, yes, they pay their way, and I make a small profit. If you count your time, you don't, but still make a profit. And you're able to buy the equipment over a period. I reinvest over the years, like any business. It's like Tim. I think he's got construction business. I'm sure he buys a specialized saw or tool ever so often when you need it. So,
yes, sir. Thankfully, she don't give me much. I mean, she never gave me no fuss on whether it's for work or the beekeeping end. I mean, she's. I got to give it to my woman. She has just been a firm supporter on, hey, if we got to get it, and if it's something that we really need, let's just go and get it.
Like a motorized extractor. Motorized extractor.
no.
I almost had him talked into that when he wrecked my kitchen floor.
I actually just saw one on Amazon. It's made by, it's not Bee Castle, $279.99. It's a 4/8 frame electric. So
What extractor?
Extractor. Mm-hmm. But you guys are using a hand crank. What? 2, 3, 4?
No, it's a 4.
4 deep, 8 medium, hand crank.
Yeah, that's what that. I mean, this one is that, but it's electric for $279.99. And it says it could be to you by June 2nd or 6th if you ordered it in the next little bit.
Yeah.
Put the order in.
Yeah.
You heard him.
Put the order in and send the bill to Bob.
Yeah. He'll send it right back.
You'll get refunded on that one.
There you go.
Well, no, like
We can't hear Philip down there. He's still got. I saw him talking, but he's got his mic muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, barely. It's kind of breaking in and out.
Okay, I got this remote mic on. I was going to tell you what I did with my, how I did my, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, I ordered that extractor that you were recommending, Bob, that 4.8 V-bore. And it came with a big dent in the side of it.
Did it really?
Yeah. And I contacted them and they said, well, will you take $40 off? And I said, well, let me knock it out and see. I said, well, that sounds kind of low. So I beat the thing out and it's fine. It's obvious it's damaged. But they gave me 80 off of it.
Just
The price on it, because it was on sale, was only like $270.
And then you got it for like $190.
$190 for a 4.8 electric. So can't beat that. If it works, we'll see in 3 weeks.
Have you plugged it in to see if it'll spin with the knockdown?
It spins fine. Yeah, it
Oh,
spins.
yeah, it'll work. It'll work.
Oh, yeah. He just said, well, you have to keep Hannah busy.
yeah.
Well, the main thing is if she's got that brand new electric extractor that she wouldn't have to clean her floor afterwards. That's a time saving. Well, now you'll still have to clean the floor.
Yeah, Bob, I'm building these fume boards because we got to put this to work.
Put it to work. Good deal. Good deal. The I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to switch to a different bottle on those because I don't know if the plastic or something is it. I'll show you.
It when I picked up Mingo, it was kind of, I had to let some air in it because it was like,
Yeah, like sucking it in, right? I don't know why.
yeah,
It was like doing like that on the.
yeah, it did that to me, and I just loosened the cap and let some air in it, and it seemed to be all right.
I wonder why it's doing that.
Right.
I don't know.
Tell you what, hey, Bob,
Yes, sir.
hold the fort down for me just a moment, please, sir.
Oh, we got it. You know we can talk. That's why everybody throws me the link as soon as I show up. They're like, "Oh, Bob's gonna talk the whole thing, and we ain't got to talk hardly any." Look at Hannah's laughing at that. And now we got Charlie. Charlie, what's going on with single brood chamber management today?
Nothing. I didn't get into bees or anything. I went out there yesterday and checked the nukes, and I had a couple strong nukes where I pulled brood out and bees out, found the queen, kind of, equalized them out a little bit. And I had a couple other hives that were queen right, but they needed bees. They needed, a boost. So I dropped bees and brood frames in those hives, keep everybody about equalized. And I'm kind of like what you're doing. It's dry. I mean, we got our hay in, which was great to have a week's worth of good dry weather. But we really need some rain now. And I think, like you said, the nectar flow is kind of come to a halt right now. And things are just, there's just not any moisture there.
Well, see, we got just the opposite. We got moisture and cold. It hit the high of 62 about for about an hour, and now it's back to 60 degrees. I did pop open the top when in between raindrops today of that swarm or whatever it was, like cluster on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still looking wet, but they're crawling around very slow on the frames that I put them in. So,
That's good.
So they're still alive. I don't know if there's a queen in there or not a queen. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them.
Hey, Brad.
But the tomorrow, hopefully, it's supposed to get to 80, so I'll hopefully be able to get out and get in them tomorrow. Maybe pull some pull some honey and try to extract that out, Yeah, it's still running. As far as I know, they said hold the fort down. They'd be back in a second. So maybe they're ordering their pizza.
What time do they start this?
It's been going 3 hours and 46 minutes. There they are.
Long time.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Oh, no worries. You got to order the
You
pizza,
get
man.
pepperoni? Pepperoni?
Well, she told me, she said, if we're going to eat, we better get us a pizza. I had to run to the gentleman's room real quick, sitting here 3 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, almost 4 hours now.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, hey. How long did y'all go on y'all's one that time?
6 hours was 6 hours and like 20 minutes or something.
Oh gosh,
I had to beat Charlie.
6:22.
It's only 10 minutes to 9 here, so y'all got plenty of time. We still got a day off tomorrow.
And that's right. Everybody's off. Well, most everybody's off.
I was gonna say we're not exactly off tomorrow.
No, we got to go help some family do some stuff tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow hopefully is the day I can get in my bees. And part of me wants to pull honey and extract it, and part of me wants to wait on the new uncapper so I can extract with the new uncapper to see how that works. So 6 hours and 23 minutes, if I remember right. There, DC says, yep.
Yeah, mine was 6 hours and 5 or 6 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through a whole pot of coffee if y'all talking about doing a 6 hour record.
It's only 2 more hours.
So
Yeah.
See, and I already had my old man nap, so
I didn't get my old woman nap today though.
I'm telling Bob about my over 40 nap now.
Oh yeah, he's gotta have them. And he's feeling his age now.
well, it looks like Cayman went live.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
so
Everybody disappear.
Hey, we still got 31 in here. Shoot, we had 4 or 5.
Did you guys hear me? My remote mic working?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting in my living room watching you guys on the TV, just having myself an adult beverage, and then Bob had to say, "Yeah, James, he goes and works in the shop building frames all night." Like, shit.
See, goals. You had to get out there and get to it. There you go.
Or like Mark Miller in the shop all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know how Mark does it either, because he drives all week and then comes home and for some people that's relaxation, right? That they're not doing their day thing, and they're. For me, I like to do nothing when I'm done. You know, I'm just done, and don't want to do anything. But
I don't know. Just about everything to do with the bees is like downtime, I guess. I even enjoy like building the frames and stuff.
So I mean, the question is, will that change if that was the only thing you had to do? If that was your job all day long to work bees, would it then become a job, or would it become just a passion that you like to do and feel like more of a hobby and not real work? You know,
I'm terrified about crossing that line into making it a business because I love the bees so much. I love just messing with the bees all the time, but I get really afraid that I would get burned out if it was like you have to do this.
Well, the
day.
good thing is you're only going to make honey for part of the year, right? And then after that, it's pretty much just feed them, you know?
Yeah.
How much honey you guys get in, Tim? Pound?
We haven't pulled any yet.
Well, I mean, last year, did you get any honey, or how long you been in?
Yeah.
We probably got it. Well, let me put it to you like this, Charlie. If we'd have pulled everything we should have pulled, we'd have probably gotten easily 250, probably 250 pounds. But what we just had been doing, and this is one of our goals for this year, is to actually pull everything we're going to pull instead of just kind of cherry picking and getting enough for us and the church folk and family and, you know, a jar or two to sell here and there type thing. Now, we pulled 10 frames one time last year, and we used our hand crank spinner to do this. And we got 4.5 gallons of honey off those 10 frames.
I'm going to do more like what James does this year. I think I'm going to pull honey from the brood box everywhere. If it's honey in there, it's coming out, and I'm going to spin it out, give them frames back, and I'm going to feed the crap out of them. And
see, that's where we was at coming into this year. We're going to pull frames, bam, for the privet. Usually, don't get me wrong, we'll get a good privet and blackberry run. Then we'll get our tallow and mimosa and everything else that's blooming type thing. And we was already setting those gears. Then, like we talked earlier, we're all down here. It seems like the southern regions are sitting at this idle, if you will. There's enough to keep the bees to grow, but there definitely ain't enough to really take and pull no honey right now for us.
Amir called me today, and he said that his nukes, he did kind of like my mentor did, and basically sold himself out of nukes, which kind of left his resources low as far as like comb and strength, right? Because he split them down to make so many nukes to sell that now his mother colonies are kind of suffering a little bit, right? So he said he put rapid round feeders on them, and they sucked that stuff down in like a day, and he had to go back and fill them back up again. And I haven't put any feed out since our nectar started. And
we've been tempted to with this little dirt, if you will. It's not completely a lack of, but in a sense, we got this dead zone, however you want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, I got a question.
We're willing to make a change.
I got a question for Charlie. Charlie, in the top right corner, does it give you an option to share it on the top to your YouTube on StreamYard? The top right corner. Does it
You mean
say
like a little
share
arrow?
with your viewers?
It says, you mean share this page?
No, on the very top of your StreamYard, above
Yeah.
the chat, the top right corner, does it say share with your viewers?
No.
I don't know. I'm special then. Mine said share with your viewers, and I was able to share it on my channel.
See if Bob can just pin the link.
Yeah.
Since he's on there. Bob, can you
Hang
just
on.
pin a link to the top instead of him having to keep reposting it?
Yeah, so
I'm
you
a-
got to do it in YouTube. You got to look at your YouTube channel in the chat when you share the thing, and then you hit the little 3 buttons, and it says pin to chat, and it'll put it at the top.
Okay. Mine says pin, user, and timeout.
Pin, yeah, pin it.
Put user in
Oh,
timeout.
put user. No, I'm sorry. Yep. No.
Put user
There-
in timeout.
You can star the comment, but it doesn't give you an option to pin it.
Yep.
No, you got to do that in YouTube when in the chat box.
In YouTube, not StreamYard.
All right.
So my
Pin-
StreamYard gave me the option to share it with my viewers, and that's why it's streaming on my channel and Tim's channel. So, but the
Here, we got it now. I guess.
Yeah, it's a
so
button.
we were talking. I don't know how far you were along, Charlie, but we were talking about having goals and figuring out where you were going to go, like for next year, and planning for that ahead of time, right? So, like, you've gotten to the point to where you've hit where you want to be, and you're comfortable with the colonies you have, the amount of honey, the amount of work that it takes to get it done, the amount
Well,
of
the biggest thing is I mean, normally I got a dozen honey hives, and then I got space for 20 nukes, and I want to have at least 5 of those nukes for me. Insurance for those honey hives. So I need 5 medium, let's say 3 boxes of mediums, 15 frames in nuke form. So like this year, here a couple weeks ago, last weekend, I had 4 queenless colonies in my honey supers. I dropped 3 nukes in those colonies, and the 4th one had queen cells. So I went ahead and let it requeen itself. And then I went in there yesterday morning, I guess it was. I pulled, I had papered them in. So I went around and I knew they would eat out the paper within a week for sure, but I just went and cleaned up the paper that was sticking out the edge of the boxes. And everybody was fine. But I'm looking at a dozen honey hives should give me enough honey to go from one season to the next to sell to the customers. And then nukes, I should have at least 15 to 20 nukes. If I can sell half of them at $200 a pop, with 10 of them, that's $2,000, in your pocket.
So,
But I mean, I do have expenses. I mean, I average several $1,000s worth of expenses.
well, you can so when you said that you keep 5 nukes for yourself, so let's go to
Well, the other ones that I sell are deep, because most, I track everything on a spreadsheet. So I already know my customer base over the last 3 or 4 years. We were trending where the women were into beekeeping. They wanted mediums because they're lighter boxes. And then I could see, I kept track of how many medium nukes that I sell, how many deep nukes that I sell. Well, the deeps kept getting more and more, and the mediums get less and less. So I made a decision 2 years ago to more or less go all deeps. And that's been a good decision. I know what the customer base wants.
well, yeah. So the so as far as your own operation, keeping 5 nukes back for yourself,
Mhm.
That for me, I've got nukes, right? Everybody's seen them. So the thing is, if you don't have 5 or 6 frame nukes, whatever you prefer to run, in your
Yeah.
yard, I would recommend it because, you know, all of a sudden you got this honey production colony goes queenless. You can walk over to that nuke and cage that queen and move her over to that colony really easily. Where
Well,
you're
that's what
not,
I did. That's what I did last Sunday.
and you're not making that call. Hey, who's got queens? Where can I get queens? And then, you know, that let that nuke make a queen for you, and not, you know, you've got an established queen in your honey colony, but let the nuke take the responsibility of making that for you. And if you don't need it, well, then you can go back out to that nuke and take a frame of brood and drop it in another colony, and you know, just keep equalizing from your nukes. Your brood builder, Michael Palmer brood builder situation, right? But you're just using several nuke boxes instead of like a 10 frame with some 4 frames on top of it. And
I don't really like the 4 framer. I like the 5. I like a single. You got those, like Brian's got those Michael Palmer hives, which are 4 frame over 4 frame.
Queen castles.
Queen castles, whatever you want to call them. They're not really queen castles, but there's 2 side by side nukes.
Yeah. Brood builders or whatever they call them.
Yeah, well, I like a individualized nuke. That way you can clean the bottom board off. If you have the ones like Brian have, if one side goes dead, you can't clean the one side out because the bottom box is one box with a divider in it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Divider
how do you
removable?
do what?
Is the divider not removable?
I don't think so. They're not a divider. It's more of a 3/4 inch board.
Yeah, I'm doing all mine with a divider down the middle that I can remove.
Yeah, but now are you talking about a queen castle or are we talking about
Well,
a double box nuke?
talking about 2x5.
A 2x5.
Yeah. But
So
I also do a 3x3 queen castle, but that's kind of a different thing.
That's a different machine. That's a different tool.
So I think what they're doing is taking a 10 frame box and they're making 2 5-frame nukes in the bottom box, but then they have 2 4-frame supers on top of those.
Yeah.
No, the bottom owner can carry 4 frames because they don't have enough space.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'll run and grab one of mine real quick. Go ahead and keep talking.
All right. We're good at
So
that.
anyway, I mean, I like the individualized boxes or individualized hives, and I just like it doing better that way. So, I mean, yeah, my goal is, you know, I started out and I'm like, it's a hobby. So I had 2 hives, then it was 4 hives and 6 hives. And then I started getting honey. And, you know, the first 5 years you mess up, you know, you got swarms, you got dead queens, you know, you're learning. And as time progresses, you get better at it. And I would school myself, go to all kinds of conferences. And, you know, they didn't have the internet as much right now, like they do now, but go to these different things. And I was watching Michael Palmer, you know, with all his different videos and picking up tidbits. And the main thing I learned here 3 years ago is when you can learn to graft and make your own queens, that is the absolute key to self-sustainability. You must be able to do that, and then you're self-sustainable. If you, you know, and it also depends where you live at too. But anyway, my thing is I started selling honey, and I, you know, was making a little bit of, you know, you had a cash flow coming back to pay for the stuff that you that they still had telephone lines then.
Telegraph lines then.
Telegraph.
Terrible.
See?
That is just me.
I'm not
Don't
that
let them
old.
pick on you, Charlie. Don't let them pick on you.
So anyway, I started selling honey, and I'm like, oh, I can actually make money with this stuff. And actually, the bees can actually pay for their, you know, sugar costs money. And, you know, I'm buying 1,500 pounds of sugar. So there's $1,000 or more for sugar. So, you know, I mean, that's how Let me see if I can find something here.
Last year I did more like what Michael Buck was saying. I left honey on the colonies, and I'm not going to do that this year. I'm going to pull all that and feed them back for the.
All right, like right now, I mean, I have an expense spreadsheet. It could be a global patties. You know, I know I bought them in December the 6th. They cost me $23. And then you got Formic Pro, which I bought down at Hive Life, and some stuff I bought from Rossman Apiaries. And right now I've spent this year alone almost $700 in expenses.
I like
And
the frames this year.
I don't buy any from. I bought those
Last year.
Last year or more. And I 2022.
But if it costs you $700, and let's say you spend $1,000 on sugar, now you're in $1,700. But if you sell, what'd you say, 900 pounds of honey, up to 1,000 pounds?
Yeah, you know, let's say 1,000 pounds of honey.
So if you sell 1,000 pounds, that's $10,000. You spent $1,700. You still net $8,300 by the end of the year.
I'm gonna open up one here. Last year, total expense was almost $5,800. But a lot of that, well, you know, part of that, excuse me, I bought the bottling tank, which was, you know, $1,900. But I did get, you know, about half of it back. And now let me get back here to the chat. So this year, my expense load is not going to be as much because I'm not reinvesting my money into equipment to make life easier and make my bee business. Let me get a drink and I'll.
Good, bro.
All right, Philip. Well, you got it there now.
Yeah, I think so. Tell. I went and got the double screen board. I don't have a basis divided. I've got all I have to do to make my basis to do it every 15 minutes. This is like Bob Benny's double screen board, but I made it where I can do 2 splits off of it. If I can find queen cells, I can use this what I'm about to show you guys, and I can actually have, you know, double my chances of getting a return queen. This is just a double screen board.
But it's separated in the middle, same principle.
Yeah. So my see the grooves in my seat box there. I put a black line in the front so I can identify them in the put this on here.
But I mean, if you know, for advice for Tim and Hannah, it's you gotta make a decision here. All right, you said you had 250 pounds of honey. How much of it did you sell to the public or to your whoever bought it?
Right down.
Huh?
So
Charlie, to be honest with you, we
ended up giving
give it 90% of it away, kind of thing. We didn't, I guess, try to take and capitalize on it.
You just took a play out of the dope
I mean, that's your first decision that you're going to have to decide. Is like, okay, yeah, you got your friends and family or whatever, you know, you want to give a certain amount to. But, you know, do you want to have the bees pay for themselves? I mean, I'm not saying you have to have a profit, but can you break even? You know,
or make enough to let you grow next year a little bit, you know.
Well, the first thing I'd be doing is getting rid of that extractor and get myself a motorized extractor. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, how many hives you got now, Tim?
We sitting on 8 for sure, waiting on number 9 to hatch.
And what's your average amount of honey coming off of a hive? 50? 50 pounds? Or?
Oh Lord, Charlie, we could probably get 70 or 80 probably on a
80
fairly
pounds
good.
of honey, and you got 10 hives. That's 800 pounds of honey. All right, that's $8,000 of income if you sell it all at $10 a pound. Plus, you got to buy your bottles and your labels and your lids and all that.
You end up
which is,
making $9 a pound if you sell it for $10 a pound.
Hang on. We didn't get nowhere near that fancy. We had some plain old mason jars.
Hey, you saw me just bring $30 back, and that was for 2 pints.
Yeah.
And that was $1.60 in mason jars or whatever, 90 cents a piece, $1.80. So
a regular mason jar, that's $27.50. That's
Yeah,
2 3/4 pounds. I weigh everything. Every time I fill something, I don't care if it is a pound jar and it's got a pound ring around it. It's a plastic jar what I use. It gets I tear it out on my little what do you call it, scale from Amazon, and I make sure that I'm with 1 pound point 1/10 of an ounce or 2/10 of an ounce, something no more than 5/10. And I bottle it, and there it is. That's $10. And you're getting, like you say, by the time you put a lid, a plastic bottle, a 38 millimeter lid, and I put 3 different stickers on there: a label, local honey sticker, and the dummy warning label on the back about the babies and all that stuff. You got it, like you say, about $1. You got $1 in packaging, but you got a mason jar there. That's about $1. I think they're about what, $12 for a dozen jars,
except for the ones we saw last night on the stream from Berlin Packaging. If you buy 10 packages, you get them for 83 cents a piece.
That's going to be our
Free
thing.
shipping, thanks to Philip there.
When I give away honey, it goes in a mason jar and it does not get a label. It gets a Sharpie right on the top. Honey. That's it.
Right. If it gets that.
Get that. If they're lucky, it'll get that.
Yeah. That's just the business transition, as you're saying. I 100% understand where you're going and what y'all are saying, to take in, at least be able to compensate for what you put into the colonies already. Yes, gain that back. Now, the taking and charging everybody else instead of giving it away, or hey, I'll hook you up, that kind of stuff. That's the transition we got to make.
I get, yeah. Think about it this way, Tim. Can you do that in your carpenter business and make a living and pay your bills?
No, sir.
Even your own family members, you can't. They got to pay you for your time. You might give them a discount, but they got, let's say they're building a deck. You got lumber, nails, everything else. Hardware, all kinds of hardware that you got to buy, supplies to build the deck. And, your time is valuable. You got to get paid because you got bills to pay too.
No. You're wrong, Charlie. If you're a hobby beekeeper and you get paid for your time, the honey costs $100 a pound.
Oh, yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is if you're a hobby beekeeper, the hobby costs you money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing between buying a boat and going fishing or having 10 honey hives is the 10 honey hives has the potential of paying for their keep.
Yep.
Year after year after year too, not just the first year. You got to think a little bit longer down the road too, right?
Yeah. I mean, it might take you 5 years to build that honey sale business up, but as Bob is finding out, he doesn't need to put his honey in that store he talks about. All he has to do is sit out there at the end of the driveway, and people are banging on their doors. I want to buy a bottle of honey. And that's the way they are to me. I got one lady text me, this is so-and-so down the road. I need 4 3-pound bottles of honey, 12 pounds of honey. I said, okay. I says, that's $120. Come on up.
I've got it now. to where a lady will text me and she'll say, I need this much honey. Do you have it? Yeah, I've got it. Okay, I just sent the Cash App. Can you put them? And I put them in a Food Lion grocery bag, the plastic bag on my front porch when I go to work in the morning. And she comes by sometime during the day and picks it up off the porch. And I've never met her. It was off of Facebook. Do you take Cash App? Yep, sure do.
What's that, like a Venmo or something?
Yeah, like Venmo, where you got your own little account name.
Yeah.
And mine is,
you know, I mean, the one thing you guys are talking about, like the quart jars and stuff, and that's fine. I got one lady, you know, she says, if I bring my own jars, will you fill them? I'm say sure. So I got 2 of them sitting in the kitchen right now. She took 2. That was $115 because it's like 5.5 pounds or something. I don't know. I weighed it out. It's like a half a gallon mason jar or something. And anyway, she said, here's 2 more, fill them up. I don't need them right away. I said, fine. And I fill them up, and that's another $115.
yeah, and I've got people that, like we were talking last night, they'll bring me their jars back. Hey, we don't need these. Can you use them? Yep. Well, how much is my honey? $15. It's still, I mean, I charge them the same amount. They're paying for the new one. They're just giving me my jars back.
Yeah.
And I reuse them again.
The thing of it is you can't use the lids if it's a glass jar.
Yeah.
You always got to put a new lid on it.
But yeah, that's cheap though. I mean, mason jar lids.
The lids ain't near as expensive as the jars are.
Heck, we've already had people come back the last, I say, month and a half here and there, and they have a plastic bag in their hand, and they'll hand it off to us and say, this was last year's jar of honey. Whenever y'all get some more, can you fill it back
We
up
need a
for us?
refill, yeah.
I've never had anyone bring me a plastic jar back. Only the mason, the pint jar. And I've never asked them to bring them back. They just bring them back. You know, hey, can you use these? Yep, sure thing. These cost me so little that, I mean, they cost me half what a mason jar cost me.
Less than half.
Yeah, less than half. So,
About 30 cents.
so it's
They're about
But Hannah, let me ask you this. When they bring that mason jar back from last year, are they expecting to get free honey again?
Probably.
Do they ever offer you money? I mean, you guys are going out there, you're working these hives, you're putting your time in. People coming in, well, I want a discount. I said, did I see you up there in the hives at 98 degrees with a bee suit on?
Yeah.
No. I said, well, then we ain't doing no discount. I said, I got bills to pay too,
I tell them if they come help me harvest, I'll give them a free quart. No problem.
Yeah.
Now we do have a few folks that have come up and say, hey, let me pitch you 10 or so
That's a
bucks,
good
that
point,
kind of
Lee.
thing.
Yeah, but you're giving, quart jars
For the
2
most
and 3.
part, we're just giving it away. Yeah.
Yep. Don't do it. Matter of fact, you need to go on Amazon. Everybody needs to go on Amazon and order them little signs that say local honey sold here, not local honey given away here.
Yeah.
I just put it out there because I don't think, and part of it is our generosity is, hey, do I give my best friend a jar of honey if he wants it? Sure. Did I go to my son's wedding and give away a couple cases of honey? Absolutely. Right. Part of that is marketing to those people, right? Here's some honey. Here's some hot honey. Here's, giving it out. But
now I'm not going to give out a pound of honey if you're going to do that. I might give out a bear.
Yeah.
Or I might give out,
Ain't coming out from nothing.
or I might give out one of them. And when I first started it, I had a guy that I could buy, a small amounts of bottles from him in plastic. He was within the bee club. And he had the little bears that were 2 ounces. They're about yay tall. And anyway, those I gave out to the guys at McDonald's that I, would see them in the mornings or whatever, One of them used to be a beekeeper and that kind of stuff. but I did that one time, 1 year, that first year I had some honey.
Yeah, there's
And
always
then
that special situation. You could find a reason to give it to somebody, but I'm the same way as Brad there. Yeah, I mean, hey, can I get 2 of those for 25? No, sir. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you don't buy
But-
it, someone will
now,
come
like-
by it a little bit later and honk the horn, and I'll be running out there like a
Yeah.
schoolgirl. I need to
Now,
get
the only time I give a honey away was this year, and that was at Hive Life. If I gave it to, to Bob and Lee and Brian from at Flower Street and what's it called? Castle Grounds Hive, the guy that does the statistics.
Yeah.
Him and the other fellow that was a friend of his. And I gave a pint or a pound of to some of the other, the folks that are on my, come on my live chat or whoever I recognize. I told them, in my chat that, come and tap me on the shoulder and say hi, type of thing. I mean, just like you all, Tim and Hannah. I mean, if you're there at Hive Life, yeah, I'll bring some pound honeys and I'll give them out to everybody, But that's pretty much
Oh,
every
they're
time.
gonna be there this year. Y'all just put it on your calendar. You're gonna be at Hive Life this year.
Stay away from anybody who's sick.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And bring plenty of bottled water or a Camel pack or something, because that air is dry in that hotel. It was
Yeah.
everybody was like, oh man, getting raspy voice.
Where was that at? The Hive Life Hotel?
Hive Life, yeah.
Oh, you were down at the other place.
Yeah, I'm talking about at the conference. Everybody was like, and we talked the whole time we were there too. So that was the other thing. But I'm sitting here just shipping. Don't mind me.
But anyway,
Well,
Right.
Charlie, to your point on everything, I guess kind of with our kidding aside a little bit on it, Hannah did tell me early on this year, said, look, if we're going to pull honey and do all this stuff, we need to sell everything this year instead of taking in. I mean, I have no problem opening myself up to say, yes, I was guilty on that ends of just try. Here you go.
Well, you're proud of it. Look what I
That
did.
Well, I'm not the only one giving out refills to them honey jars, though.
No, I mean, like I say, somebody was, hey, you got some honey? Yeah, man, here's a jar. Appreciate you. That type thing. But she did come at me this year, and this is one of the things I'm grateful for, that where she has no problem.
Letting you know how it is.
That's it, telling me. Say, look,
He's making me sound
but
like some
the
kind
thing of it is, if you're giving away a quart jar, you're giving 2 3/4 pounds of honey. That's. I mean, giving out a pound of honey is one thing, or a half a pound. Let's say a little bear, 8 ounces. And that's giving it out the one time is fine and dandy, but don't let them think that you're a free source of food all the time.
This ain't the soup kitchen.
Yeah, gas ain't
Yeah.
free.
Hey, if you would have sold that honey last year, you wouldn't be hand cranking this year.
yeah.
But I mean, Bob's right. I mean, all right, extractor. I got a 18 frame, or you can buy I would recommend a licensed 20, and that's time you get it shipped there. You're looking at $1,800. It'll pay for itself as long as you sell your honey. And it's reduce your labor. It's just, I mean, Tim, do you use a handsaw? No, you don't use a handsaw. You use an electric skill saw, don't you? Well, it's
Yep.
the same. It's the same thing. You're not. Why are you using a hand crank ice cream maker instead of a electric motorized, extractor?
That's totally in on this discussion like 2 years ago. We would
Well,
have had that electric extractor.
I mean, that's the first thing. And then get yourself an uncapping tank. Now, we had that discussion, I guess it was last night, where Bob, well, like Brian from Flower Street, he has a
Hilco.
Hive Butler.
Oh,
but he grew out of it, and he's got into a bigger unit, because he's got he went from a 12 frame extractor to a 30 frame extractor because he's growing his business. And what do you got there? A date ant?
no, that's that Vivor, like the one that I gave away that I did the review on. It had a dent in it, so they gave him $80 back on it. So he got it for $190. But it works. It'll spin the honey out.
So,
Good.
but anyway, each year, you're talking about your goals in your honey business or bee business. If you want to look, I mean, it doesn't have to be a real hardcore business, but there is business, and in your situation, power extractor. And maybe, if you can sell 20 pounds of honey at $10, you can buy yourself a Hive Butler extraction tank. I used a 5-gallon bucket for years. I'm so glad I got that extraction tank. Makes life a lot less messier and easier. When you're done at the day and you're tired, just take that lid, snap it on. It keeps any bugs out or any foreign things, dust, whatever. And I mean, I don't. Where do you extract, in your kitchen or what, or our back porch or?
Well, it was the kitchen, but
he
now
got moved to the living room after he destroyed the kitchen floor.
The what room?
The living room now.
Living room. Is it a hard floor, a smooth floor? It's not carpet.
It's carpet that he can't tear up.
It's not carpet, right?
It is carpet.
It is carpet. All right. Now you're in construction work. You know about the brown paper you guys get to put on hardwood floors.
Just a roll of brown paper.
Yeah, from Home Depot. What's it called? Rosin paper.
Yeah.
I used to, all right, I'm going to put newspaper down. Well, then, the stuff the sticky honey gets on that and gets on your shoes. And it looks like something out of a comic strip with paper on your feet and on your shoes, and tearing it up. Put that darn rosin paper down and tape it down with Gorilla Tape. And that stuff will absorb any honey drops, but it won't let it go through. And then when you get done, you just roll it all up and throw it in the trash, and no mess, no fuss.
Now, look, hold on, Charlie. Don't think I turned him loose with that kind of honey just over the carpet in the living room. No, he had like a 6x6 area of 4 mil plastic down on the floor before he started the honey. It's like,
I think a little bit bigger than that, maybe a 12 area.
Yeah, because like I was saying earlier, the first year let me say this. We know Charlie is single brood chamber management.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can see it. We're going to be electric crank. But
I think I'd put myself a DeWalt drill on the end of the thing.
Well,
everybody
said Lee said something the other night, and DC said something a while ago, but Lee was talking about whenever you come off that trigger, you better hold on to that puppy too, because it ain't got that clutch or nothing in it to let it just idle and spin.
I saw a thing on Facebook where a guy took a hand crank extractor and he put one of those little electric scooters. He wired that motor to it. I mean, for the amount of time and effort that he put into putting that scooter motor in it, it wouldn't have been beneficial to me, but some people like to do that kind of thing. So he took that motor off of that electric scooter and chained it up, and he's got a little rheostat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he just turns it up and it starts to spin that motor, and it spins his extractor out. But
you put a belt sander motor on that puppy, and you talk about move.
You talk about a disaster. Why are y'all putting these ideas in his head?
Well, see, but then I look at it and I said, well, I would have to buy an electric scooter, so that's a cost, right? Then I'd have to spend the time to put it together and build it. I said, I might as well just go ahead and order an electric extractor and get it here.
Everyone knows what kind of trial and error repercussions.
No more hospital visits, Lee says.
Yeah, I'm done with the hospital for this year.
Well,
I don't know.
I have to be careful with any of that now. I've got if anybody's looking for a $40,000 hammer, I've got one. So
He thinks he does. That thing disappeared some years ago.
It's here somewhere.
I know it's not. It's gone.
I thought I had it still. She threw it away. But anyway, I was cleaning up some scrap iron, and I was hitting them two hammers head to head. Well, I had come down on one of my last swings trying to knock the head of a bolt off. And when I did, I caught just the edges of those two hammers. And a T90, man, that thing literally wasn't big as a deer tick. Broke off one of those hammers, and it went through my blue jeans, went down into my leg, almost completely severed my femoral artery. Well, she's at work.
No, I was at school,
yeah.
with no cell, like college school, not high school. But either way, I was in class with no cell phone, and then had to drive to work after class before I finally got the message from our neighbor that he's gone to the hospital.
Oh yeah, I was, bud. You talk about some blood. I mean, not at all trying to pat myself on the back, but I think the only thing that saved me that night from literally not bleeding to death is they left me sitting in the ER, and I kept watching that thing just get bigger and bigger and bigger on my legs swelling. I told one of the nurses, I said, go get me a Sharpie. And she looked at me like I was crazy. I said, no, go get me a Sharpie. Whenever she come back, Charlie, you know this being an EMS field.
Draw around it to see how big it's swollen.
Yes, sir. Well, I done just that. I drew around it.
Like a snake bite.
Yeah, treating it just like that. And the ER doctor literally come in and told me before she got there, he said, well, Mr. Blake, I was fixing to let you go, but I think we need to go do a CT. They done all that and come back. Then all of a sudden, here comes this woman in OR gear.
So they were coming in, just pulling him out. Now we're going to surgery. And he's sitting there laughing. Like, I'm crying at this point, freaking out. And he thinks it's funny.
That's all the morphine they gave him.
Well, in my mind, she knows how I am. I'm like, here we go. You know, it's just one of them.
Yeah.
Them.
That's one of the hold my beers and watch this moments.
Yes, sir. Just like that.
Yeah. He's good at those moments.
But
that's the thing, man, is that I don't know. I'm kind of like Charlie at this point. It's like, what can I do to make the process smoother? And, you know, once I get the uncapper here, there'll be something else that'll be like, well, now I got this problem. Something else is happening. So, you know, we'll see. I don't know what the next gear is. I don't know if I need to go ahead and buy a pallet of boxes for next year and some frames. Maybe that's a better route to go and just deal with the headache I got with the honey. Nope, I won't feel it. So it's always a constant thing. Do I just hold the money and carry it to Hive Life and come back with a tractor trailer worth of stuff getting shipped to me? You know, who knows?
DC was just saying his friend was talking about taking a U-Haul with him to Hive Life next year.
That's basically what Brian did almost. He flew in and then he got a SUV and loaded that puppy down and drove it all the way back to Colorado.
Well, it's like I bought from Hilco a 30 pack of Formic Pro for $130, and now that stuff is like 160 some bucks. So I saved over 30 something dollars. And
I bought 2 packs of Apivar.
You know, I did that, and then I don't know. I bought a few other things. Oh, I called Rossum and Apiary up. I needed some 5-frame queen excluders, and they brought them up. And I didn't have to pay taxes because they was buying it out of state, and I didn't have to. I got a 10% discount on top of that, so I did well, about 18% off.
So, but when Cayman says you can save the price of your ticket by purchasing stuff, that's accurate. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, depends on what you want to buy.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, first of all, I didn't buy a ticket. Lee bought the ticket, so that was a savings in itself.
That's going to be the thing too, is taking saving up for, or trying to figure out what's going to be my best. Just kind of like you, Bob, did. What's going to be the next move?
Power
Going in there. Power extractor.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
We've already come to that.
What are you using? What are you using for a uncapping tank? A bucket?
Buckets.
Well,
A little bitty plastic sweater box.
a sweater box with a cooling rack,
Yeah, he stole one of my cookie cooling racks.
and I've got 4, 2 on each end, drywall screws that'll hold that rack. It sits about that far deep above that bucket. But man, it works perfect. I can take that knife and right on down in it. Then, take and stick the frame over an extractor and on to the next one. But like you say, moving up to those little bit better conveniences, yes, it's going to help out tremendously.
Well, it's not convenient. It's efficiency. The big thing about it is efficiency. Your time is, and make work smarter, not harder. You know that with you gotta look at that honey process in the same way you look at construction. Do I need a track saw? Do I need a portable table saw, or a chop saw, or a miter saw, whatever you want to call it? Do I need the one like this, or the one that has the pull out and then down and so you can cut it wider board, and that kind of stuff.
You see what Brad at Faith Apiaries just said. Big mistake. You never want to impede cookie production under any circumstances.
I know he's terrible about going in the kitchen and stealing my good
I do the
stuff.
same thing. My wife's like, we need to clean all this crap up.
Yeah, I got tired of that real quick. All the Irish.
I can hear it right now, Tim. Do you hear that in the side of you there droning about not using her tools? You need to get that.
What are you doing?
You need to get that. You need to get that extraction tank, like a $200 Hive Butler or something of that nature.
Well, I think,
and that's not just used for extraction. You can haul frames into one of them buckets, or take the one tub out that's got the hole in it, and the bottom one you can haul 10 frames in there with bees. If you have a swarm or something, or you want to transport bees and brood to another hive, you can use it for that. Store stuff in it. It is multi-functional.
Which company makes the extractor and uncap and tank? Isn't that Maxamp? But they're a little bit spendy, but they have an extractor and uncap and tank.
Yeah, that's what Bohemia Bees has got one of them, but I don't know.
So does the one you guys have.
License
License has one of those too.
Oh, do they? Maybe that's where I saw it. I look at so much stuff.
I think Charlie's become a representative of Hive Butler extracting tank.
I'm looking at, you got two choices. You can spend $200 for a Hive Butler and watch for the sales and get free shipping. Or you can buy a $700 to $800 extraction or uncapping tank made out of steel, and you still got to buy the knife.
License got a small uncapping tank for $383.
All right, $400.
Yep.
That's a lot of bucks, for just a tank,
Not shipping, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look at the function of it. I mean, I can take the High Butler. It's small enough. I'm looking at what Tim is doing. He's extracting, he's uncapping one frame at a time. And then he's kind of holding that frame and saying, oh, that's a heavy frame. Put it over here on this corner of the extractor to balance it out. He fills his extractor and then he's done. He'll sit there and crank and crank and crank. And all right, Hannah, you got to take over. I'm getting tired. And she's got to go and crank and crank and crank. And then Tim's got to get back on her and crank and crank and crank and all that. And, they don't have time to uncap any more frames. All they're doing is cranking.
Eugene's got a good point. He says, or you can go to Lowe's and buy a tote for $15 and then put you a piece of wood with a screw in it and just put you a honey gate on one end and build you out of some scrap lumber or something to lift it up where you can uncap into that thing too. That would work.
I've thought of that too, but I don't think if you're talking about those black totes, I don't think those are food safe.
Yeah, they may not be.
Most of those clear ones, like the ones you're talking about, a sweater box, most of those are food safe.
Yeah, they're food grade plastic.
Yeah. But those
Michael Buck's talking about the total difference between an uncapping tank and a storage tank. Well, Michael, if you take the top tank off, you can use the bottom tank as a storage tank.
Right.
Now you can also get the lid that's got the perforated holes in it. And you can also use it if you wanted to take and capture a swarm, which I feel is a little bit too big. You can use a Pro Nuke and do a much better job with that, or and stuff like that. Or you can storage your frames. But who's going to store frames? And I don't look at Hive Butlers is a good storage thing. That might be good for people to have a couple hives, but not when you got 10 or 12. But anyway, that's my take on it. If you're looking at if money is tight and you're trying to upgrade your bee processing equipment, honey processing or whatever, to me the Hive Butler is the cheapest thing out there. It's a good efficient product as far as I'm concerned. It don't have legs on it, but you can always find I'm sure that Tim can make a nice table at a certain height that with 4 legs and just stick it on top of that.
Well,
it'll be,
The company's called Hive Butler. That's what they're called.
Well, I don't think they need to worry about that until they get the electric extractor.
Right.
One thing at a time, gentlemen. One thing at a time.
So, Bob, I did go check on the shipping on that license. It was less than I thought. It was $60 or $70 to get it to me.
For which one?
For that one that you just talked about, the $380 something uncapping tank.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I don't know how they're doing it, but it has frames up top. They look like they're standing up over the tank, so it looks different. I mean,
well, they've got a rack you can hang that you can. It's like the lid flipped upside down as a rack that'll hold your frame. But
I could have bought an 88 frame extractor for $8,000.
But in the tank, I don't think it holds but about 12 frames.
So now I'll be uncapping tank rich after this machine gets here. It's everything else that I'm pouring. So
When's that thing supposed to be there, Bob?
No idea. They didn't send me a tracking on it, so it may not have made it out this past week.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the holiday weekend.
Either this week coming up or the following week, I imagine.
I ordered the gas valve. You guys heard of that before?
The what?
Mm-mm.
Gas valve?
Gas valve. It's a little. There's a Black Mountain Honey done some features on it. It's a oxalic acid vaporization thing that you mount onto a torch, and it'll vaporize in 30 seconds, and you don't have to drag cords around or have expensive batteries. I got it. I'm getting it delivered for about $90.
Oh, that's nice.
But I still got to buy the vaporizer, which will be about $30 or $40.
It's just copper pot and stuff.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's real simple. You can make it yourself if you want to take the time, but it was 50 pounds. There's one place in the UK that says it, and it was, it was another.
I think
23 pounds for shipping.
I think it was either Sebastian or Phil from Fermana was talking about that's what they used.
Well, I was watching. Who's the guy? The Kiwi V Man.
Yeah,
he was talking about. He had the Instavap and he was showing it, and somebody just put in the comments. I don't know why anybody would pay that much for that when you can do the gas vac for $70 or whatever. And he hadn't heard of it, but they're sending him one. He's going to do a review on it.
that's cool. I got a ProVap when I first started beekeeping, so that's what I'm going to go with till it dies on me. That's
You talking about for your mite?
Do what?
For your mites?
For my treatments, yeah.
Okay. Thankfully, I mean, we really don't have the issue with mites like everybody else does, as far as having to get in there and just get on them. Now, don't get me wrong, like the little short I done the other day with the pocket knife and the mite. Now, that drone, I still do this, and I know there's others out here. I'll just go sit in front of them colonies and just watch them, see what they're doing, studying different ways that they're doing their job type thing. But I had seen this drone walking around on the ground, so I picked it up and I got to looking at him and I flipped him to a side, and that's when I seen that little mite right behind his neck. And I told myself, I wonder if I can get this thing off, if it's going to be like a deer tick, if you got to really just kind of hunker and pull it off, or how's it going to act. But y'all, I'm going to tell you something. I had to chase that little mite around the back of that drone's neck for a good minute or two. He wasn't pulled down in there like a tick was, drawing on it. I mean, that little rascal, he moved real fast, back and forth. But if I moved that thing trying to scoop it on that knife, I dropped it a couple times. But every single time, it went right back to the back behind that drone's head, to that neck area. But I eventually did get him. But where I was going with that, thank goodness on our end, we don't have to
fight beetles way worse than we fight mites.
I mean, like we're saying, we're not saying they're not in there, but we don't have the devastation issue like other people do type thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's like our heat, or I've tried talking to some other folks and really haven't been able to get a good answer. But my theory is, for us down here, is we have so many plants that produce oxalic acid naturally, and by them simply just going through and running on them, whether they're pollinating whatever flower it may be, or just landing on some Virginia creeper and walking around and getting a small exposure type stuff. I don't know if that's what keeps them down so low for us, but now if we're going to get into battling something, buddy, for us, it's them doggone hive beetles. It's just a fit trying to keep up with them things.
Your bees are all in the shade too.
Well, they're kind of half and half now.
They'll get morning shade, then they'll get probably from 2 to about 4 or 5. They'll get good sun. Then the rest of it, it'll fall back behind the tree line.
But they are in the edge of the woods, and the actual yard where they are is cleared out real good, but all the woods around us have like a really heavy leaf cover. It's from years of leaves piling up, and it ain't been burned off in so long. But
I think there's something to that, because I got that new yard at this place in Louisville, and I put the hives under the tree now. But heck, the ones I just showed you guys earlier, there's a big oak tree that covers that whole yard too. So I don't have trouble with mites here, but I put bees down there at Sargent's property, and I went there the other day to transfer, and I chased hive beetles all over the place when I moved those over. I had more hive beetles in that one colony than I've had, all year in my. Certain areas carry a load of hive beetles. And that's only like 6 miles away.
That's why we had to end up redneck engineering that little old vacuum because whenever we pop the lid, once we break that propolis seal, and then bees have got them hemmed up
everywhere.
It's game. I mean, it ain't no problem to see 20 or 30 of them.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody. I probably saw 10 when I moved, which is, if I see 1 or 2 on the colonies here, and my colonies down at the farm, I don't see many there. Now, are your bees local feral bees, or are they bees you bought from somebody?
They're local, I guess, home raised. I don't believe any of them's feral. What one, I guess, feral colony we did have, that was one of the dead outs over winter, but everything else has come from, good stock from
local people.
Local here.
Because I don't have trouble with mites down at my farm, or didn't last year. Didn't hardly have any mites, but I have them up here in Capel. So, but I think most of my bees down there are feral. Now, what I've done now is I've taken my breeder queen, and I've took some cells down there, and I could let them breed because I want to see how that cross works. So I've got 3 queens down there now that I'm going to watch over the year, this next year, and see if they're going to have mites or not. Now, I don't know if that's going to say anything about how the queens are, but it might say more about just how the area is,
Mm-hmm.
But I've been hauling bees back and forth from here to there for 3 years, and it just seems like they don't have many mites down there for some reason.
I guess, like saying, it's just whatever may be in that area to help control or combat that little bit of mites you're dealing with.
White cheddar, smart food, popcorn.
Yeah, Bob, Charlie, you chomping on popcorn too?
Tim and Hannah's pizza's making me hungry. This bag is $6.50 at Sam's Club. Pretty big bag, but it's expensive.
I don't know. Well, my teeth wasn't as bad as they are now, kind of thing. I couldn't hardly take popcorn. It just getting something between my teeth just drove me crazy. And it seemed like every time I tried to chew on some popcorn, I was going to get that little burr of kernel right between one of my teeth somewhere. So yeah, no.
That's why we got these things handy. The little green.
He just doesn't do anything normal. He don't drink coffee. He don't eat popcorn. It's on Mexican food.
No.
You don't buy electric extractors.
Won't buy extractors.
Steals all his wife's cooking utensils.
But it comes together in the end.
That's it. It all works out. How often do you check for mites? You don't want my answer. I'll let the other guys that actually check for mites. I assume I have mites and I treat.
To be honest, we've never checked. Never done any kind of mite check or nothing along those lines.
We do look at the bees, closely when we're in there, and we've just never had any serious trouble with the mites. So
I treat with oxalic acid, and then I monitor the mite fall, and I keep treating. If the mites are dropping, I keep treating every 4 or 5 days until they're done.
Now I understand. It seems. I was talking to somebody last year about all this. It seems like the further north you get, the more the problem is with the mites. Just from what I'm hearing and seeing people talk, kind of thing. Yeah, you hear of folks way down here in the deep south doing the treatments and taking care of things, but watching some of you guys up in the north and doing mite shape, and you going, this ain't good. As far as many mites that's down in that shape type thing, and I guess y'all kind of have the same worry.
You have the hive beetle problems, and if I see a hive beetle, it might be one. And that's in a hive that's sick.
No,
if it's a strong hive, I don't see, and I don't have hive beetles at all.
Oh, you'll see them in strong hives. They're just not able to do what they need to do in the colony, I don't think. But if they get a little
we'll
bit
have a
weak,
beetle here, but if it's a weak colony, then I'll start seeing a beetle here and there. If it's a strong colony, there's no beetles at all. It's the type of ground we have here and stuff like that.
Now, I did take and treat this year earlier I went out at nighttime and poured the permethrin to it, or permethrin, however you say it. And that seems to have slowed them down so far. Because if you go back to some of our videos from last year, I mean, it was like every week we was losing a colony. No matter how strong it was, feels weak, good, strong colony. If we did not get in there and vacuum out those beetles, it wouldn't take but just 3 to 4 days, and you come back and you would see beetle larvae coming out of the entrance and open it up, and you know what that slick, shiny sheen looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You going, well,
it breaks your heart because they're gone.
So what's this? A spray or something you put on the ground?
Yes,
you mix it with water.
Yes, we just taken, I guess it's like some kind of pesticide or insecticide or something, but I usually mix 1 cap full of it to a gallon of water in one of those little flower watering jugs. And at nighttime, go out there and just load the ground up with it. And like I say, this year, yeah, I've seen a good difference as far as way lower numbers and not having to be so proactive on getting out there and sucking beetles every other day.
So Keith, I'm going to keep doing oxalic acid because I only got a little can of that outlaw treatment. The outlaw treatment, I have to say on phoretic mites, it did drop a bunch, but it doesn't do anything for what's in the cappings. So you still would have to keep administering it over and over again. But it did knock a lot of the mites down.
Go ahead, Bob. My bad.
No, I was just answering a question Larimore had put in the chat there.
DC, I'm gonna tell you a little hint and a little trick now. You take it how you want, but on those wax moths, we had an old timer from church that knew the old meat man and butcher back in the day, and I'm talking probably the late 1950s, early 1960s, whenever this man was beekeeping and doing butcher work. But the gentleman from church was telling me, he said, I don't know why I remember this, but I remember going to old man Gibson's house and watching him do them honeybees. And he always talked about some kind of moth that made a spider web in them beehives. And I said, yes, sir. I said, that's them old wax moths we have to deal with. He said, Mr. Gibson used to tell me all the time they would take and put eucalyptus drops in his beehives, and that kept them out. They never had any issue ever out of them once they started using those eucalyptus. And last year, we put it to the test. We would just take and dip a Q-tip and cut pretty much just the cotton part off the Q-tip. Stick it down in the colony in one of the corners or something. And brother, we never had no wax moth issue on our end by doing that. Now, let me say this. I have not started that this year. And the wax moths, we could probably go out there right now and I could shine a light And I just about bet you there's going to be a wax moth somewhere trying to work his way in there. But try that, DC. See if that'll help keep them wax moths out of you. Yeah. I mean, if you're kind of hesitant about it, please go back behind us. Do your Google search and all that. It's going to tell you the exact same thing, that eucalyptus will run off moths and different other type critters and stuff. So them old timer ways
Some
don't
of
work. Listen.
I've never had wax moths in a colony that just was not failing.
Mm.
The only time I've ever seen them in there is when the colony was failing because we've lost their queen at the women. You can't cover the area like that.
No,
or a weak split.
we pulled them from time to time, and they'll be like on that way far outside frame where ain't hardly no bees. And you pull that frame, and there'll be a wax. Oftentimes, it's little fellas that'll see in there, and I'll just go ahead and squish the mess out of them. But you don't see them in, I guess, a good, big, healthy colony. Oftentimes, when you see them, it's a smaller colony or just a smaller nuke or so.
I heard Fred Dunn, it was this Friday night beach chat, but I was listening to it today. He was saying that you can take your dead outs and your old frames and spray them with a 10% bleach solution, and it'll keep the wax moths off of them. I had not heard that before. That's a lot less
Who was
expensive.
saying that?
Fred Dunn was saying that.
The only thing I've heard with using bleach on anything is, I think in one of Bruce's videos one time, was adding it to his sugar water mix. He
Yeah,
was
you
adding a small amount of bleach to his sugar water.
put a gallon of that, and that'll keep your sugar from getting that mildew growth or whatever it is in it. But yeah, I don't know. I use the Paramoth. I don't use the crystals. I use the balls themselves, like extract the fly. So,
But you use them after the season, right?
yeah. But I think if you had dead outs and you didn't have anywhere to protect them, I would.
Jasper, hush all that noise.
Well, it depends on your honey frame. You shouldn't have a problem with it, as long as there's no brood
Right.
in it.
Well, they will eat the honey frames, but they don't prefer it. That has to be all they can get. And they don't do too much damage to it. But
We've had damage coming out of them is just like leaving them in a nuke box or something and forgetting about them. If the box is empty, then you go in and they've had a heyday in them rascals.
Now you can get this. How about I can?
Let me see if I can make you big, Charlie.
Huh?
I can make you big, I think.
that's the crystals, isn't it?
That's crystalline. You can get it off of Amazon.
Oh, that's the cake. Yeah.
It's a cake inside this thing here.
Yeah, you can do the cakes, you can do the balls, you can do the crystals. Any of it will work. I do the balls because they can get a good price on it.
As long as it is
Yeah, it's got to be right. It's got to be the para in front of it.
Yeah, it's dichlorobenzene.
Yeah.
It can't be the
Yeah,
the
you don't
other
want
one.
the old.
The other one
Yeah.
starts with an N, and N means no.
And
If it smells like the mothballs you grew up with, don't use it.
Yeah,
What are
it
you doing?
smells like it.
Are you just setting them on an inner cover or something, or how are y'all?
I stacked the boxes up, and
We're talking about a spring comb, not in. Don't put those in your hive; it'll kill the bees.
We own the
no,
storage.
I'm talking about keeping the combs from wax moth.
And you
Stack
want
three
for a few-
supers up or whatever. Put that on top, and then put a shim on,
Yeah.
and let that smell permeate down through there.
Yeah, I'll lay nothing like a paper plate or something.
Yeah.
Put them at the top because the top gas and that gas is heavier than air, so it settles down.
Well, there you go for a good little story. Yeah, Bob.
Hannah went to go get the pizza.
Nah, she's out there putting a nail in her coffin, as they say.
Gotcha.
What, she smokes?
Yeah,
The word's out now.
it's she gonna kill me. Here she come.
Uh-oh. Y'all ain't supposed to know that.
Uh-oh.
Why are you smiling like that?
Well, because I told him what.
He knows he's in trouble.
You out there putting a nail in your coffin.
Well, look, I wasn't planning on sitting here for 5 hours.
Oh, you still got another hour to go.
Yeah.
Do what?
You still got another hour to go.
You might as well. You're this deep into it.
Let's
I'm just waiting on. I mean, where's this pizza? 40 miles away. They ain't made it yet.
We have to. We don't have no
It's
delivery
nothing
here.
delivers here.
Oh, you got to go get it.
Yeah, you have to go get it. You have to go get everything out here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lee caught me. You right, Bubba. You right.
Yeah, he's good at that, Lee. He really is.
That's funny. Well, wow. Well, that you might not be able to go another hour. What time's the pizza place close?
Yeah, we're going to have to let them go get pizza.
Well,
I'm pretty much filled up on coffee. I'll probably skip supper tonight.
Jack.
I didn't know
Oh,
it was until you said that.
do what?
I didn't realize it was this late. I think I'm going to get off here. I came in here and plugged up to the charger. It's not going down, but it's not going up anymore, but I'm at 8%. But
Now I got all this white cheddar on my hand. So Michael Buck asked me, did I quit the peppermint or have not had hives in one spot long enough to have a problem? No, I mean, for me, it's the peppermint worked for sure. However, doing it in 2, 3, 4, 5 colonies is much different than doing them in 50 colonies. I mean, I got to call my stockbroker and buy some Brock's candy stock before I go to buy peppermints, to do it. So that's the biggest thing, and just the amount of wrappers and trash that it generates, right? So that's the reason that I really haven't done any videos on it, but I still put peppermint extract in my patties and stuff. So
That's what I'm saying. If anyway, you taking 50-something colonies, just take your little dropper and just drop some of that oil in there.
Mm-hmm. And I've got some peppermint oil over in my thing over here too. So
yeah. If I keep having trouble with them in Louisville, I'll try it out. But the reason I never tried it because I never had enough hive beetles to.
Not more than you could smash at a time.
Oh yeah, if you like 1 or 2 every 4 or 5 colonies, that's not enough to.
Well, there's Dirt Rooster.
Yeah, man, we got the Dirt Rooster. What you say, bro? Texas, he finally come on in here. I see old Blaine.
Mm-hmm. He said he can only stay a minute though. I'm sure Bob can carry us through the next hour to make that record.
Oh no, you'd be beating my record. Why would I give you the assist on that?
We gotta beat it, man. We
That's
got,
just awesome like that, Bob. Come on, you've been on the side all night.
I mean,
Maybe let me slide out of here and get Randy a spot to come on in.
we appreciate you, Philip, brother.
Take
All right.
care.
Y'all take care.
I see you later, Phil. But yeah,
He's bottling honey himself.
Dirt Rooster is. That's Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yeah, Blaine. 5 hours ago we started.
And you just got the notice. Or you ignored us for 5 hours and 7 minutes. I didn't even come on. Y'all was already on for 2 hours something when I came in.
Yeah, we've
I've
been
only-
on.
I told her when doing. I said we ain't gonna be on there, but maybe 45 minutes, an hour.
Yeah,
at
that's
the
how he
most.
convinced me to sit down and do it because he didn't say a word about we're gonna do a live today until that
You never
premiere.
know what's going to happen. And
Then
then see,
like,
this
we're-
is this is where we separate the wheat from the chaff. So you know next week if they're live again on Sunday, then they're good.
Yeah.
But when they're like, we ain't getting wrangled into 5 more hours, we ain't doing that. That's why we come on at 8, so everybody wants to go to bed.
Yeah.
Y'all will know I'm alive if we pop in on another Sunday evening fellowship.
Yeah.
And there's Brian from Flower Street. Hey, Brian.
Hit the link. Come on in here, bud.
I think he's in my channel. I don't think they can see the link on my channel.
They're involved.
Yeah, I can't even share. I can't do that. So if you want to join, go to Tim and Hannah's channel, click the link, and come on in.
Thanks, sir.
And if you're not subscribed to Tim and Hannah's channel, go over to Tim and Hannah's channel, subscribe, smash the thumbs up button.
Thanks, sir.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
And Charlie, y'all already are subscribed to him. So
Well, Charlie, you've been doing well yourself on these live chats, my friend. I
Yeah,
mean,
you have.
I've been at it since the first of the year
Mhm.
and all. I don't know. I mean, I like, what was it? Was it last night we were chatting pretty good? I had more fun that night than I did on my own. And of
Well-
course, it kind of depends on who comes in and
what the,
That kind of
where the chat
stuff.
goes, and
which way the, the different types of questions and problems people have. It, makes it, to me, it makes it interesting to me
Mhm.
and all, and that kind of thing.
and I think so. After we end the stream, we're still in the software, but we're just not live. So
We're in the green room.
we're in the green room, if you will. So, or the VIP lounge, or whatever you want to call it. And we end up sitting there and talking for what, another hour or so last night, maybe
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah, that's where I had after midnight or 12:30 at night. I said I had to bail. I was done.
I think we stayed on. I think it was like 1:30. We stayed in there.
Maybe I think I bailed out at 1. No, was it 1 o'clock in the morning or 12:30?
And you know what? Those after chats, I think they get a little bit more in depth, more directed.
Mhm.
Like, hey, this is what I'm seeing. What do you think? And it's more of a one-on-one like thing, and it's really pretty nice. And it's well, I'll call it like almost a mentorship where you're one-on-one question. This is what I'm seeing. What do you think? And get those answers back.
I think maybe people are more relaxed. They're not being recorded.
You're not recorded. You're not streaming. You're just chilling with some buddies and talking. A little more relaxed. The language is a little more loose. Things are a little bit different, but it's definitely good times.
You're in the gun line.
You're in the gun line.
That's funny.
That's right.
like we was talking earlier, I mean, we enjoy whether whoever's chats it's on, if y'all or, I mean, mainly we just watch y'all and Charlie for the most part.
We watch Grace.
It's great. It kind of helps support that
The
that
young
little.
group.
Well, for me, people, I had a question. It was somebody, questioned me about I was getting tired of the Friday nights, and I says, no, not really. I mean, I like the community. We wouldn't be friends if we didn't have these chats.
Right.
We wouldn't know each other. And that's what I enjoy. I enjoy the camaraderie from everybody that comes in, 50, 60 some people. And hopefully we'll all get to meet each other. Let's say at Hive Life or some other big meetup of some place. And, that kind of thing. So, that's kind of where I'm at with mine. I do it. I mean, because I like it.
That's what we need to have. We need to have a Labor Day cookout. That's in like September, right? And we can call it the meetup, MEAT, where it's just a big cookout for everybody to come together.
Oh, there he
Speaking
is.
of meat, Hey, Randy.
Hey,
Reading.
What do you use, bottling tank, Randy?
yeah, this is a license 18 gallon.
Randy, you got a
Okay.
license? I got a license 18 gallons.
Yeah, I got a bunch of dark honey in the tank, and I got a bunch of light honey that's too wet, and I need to dry it down. So I'm having to empty this tank out so I can put that lighter honey in here.
Is it this light?
No, well, maybe close.
What's that?
Close.
What's that
What
bar
I'm-
behind you there, Randy?
That's his drum set.
What I'm bottling is dark.
Yeah, that's it.
What?
What's that there rod in behind you there right behind your shoulder? No, that's your bottling tank. No, it's over behind you there, behind the table.
Behind your left shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. What's that thing? What's that?
What's that? This?
Yeah. Well, there was that. What's that one that's going like this way? It's got a.
Oh. All right. I got a chair with wheels on it. So, look, you can't show nobody this. This is a proprietary piece of equipment here.
What's that? A press?
Yeah.
What is it? What's that for?
Genius.
For pressing pollen patties. I don't know how well you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it. I don't quite get it, but
Yeah. Something my dad had somebody build for pressing pollen patties, compressing pollen patties.
So you just put a ball under there and smash it down. It comes out like a hamburger patty, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, his hands are too bad to be fooling with stuff, so he's got apparatuses for whatever.
You got a
Like
couple
we need to
cases
have
of jars
power
back there?
Huh?
Couple cases of jars behind you back there? A couple thousand of them?
A couple cases. Let's see. There's that.
jeez.
Oh my gosh.
There's all that. There's
Wow.
all that.
And you'll fill all of them this year.
I'm gonna fill them out tonight.
That's what I'll say. No.
Well, when you get done with
Oh.
that hand crank extractor you got back there, what size extractor do you have now?
There's a 32 frame over there, and there's a 18 around here somewhere. And
Was that the
That's a
one that you
7.
had? That 18, was that the one you had the video about 6-7 years ago where all four of you are on the pallet trying to keep it from dancing across the floor?
oh no, that was a buddy of mine's. I can't remember what size that one was. I think it was an 18. That was at a friend of mine's house.
Mm.
How many jars is that?
But yeah, we
Estimate.
huh?
How many jars of honey how many jars you got there if you had an estimate on how many bottles it is?
Oh man, I have no clue. There's
What?
probably a quarter of an 18-wheeler load in here. So every year my dad gets an 18-wheeler load, and co-ops with a lot of the local clubs. And so anybody in the local clubs that wants to buy pallets, they can come on the day that we unload. We go to Home Depot and use Home Depot's forklift and unload behind Home Depot and stack up our trailer with what we need, and everybody else in the local clubs gets what they need. But before the truck gets here, about half the load stops in Hattiesburg and unloads up there too. So my dad just fronts the money for the load and then lets everybody buy what they need. So
then
he
you
won't use all.
Leftover.
He won't use.
You get stuck with the leftover.
No, I get what I need, but he don't need all these jars. He'll sell a lot of them, trade a lot of them.
Right.
He'll probably go through one side of that room in a year, maybe.
That's still a lot of
There's-
honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 4 drums in here right now.
Next year, we're going to see Randy with the Bob Benny extraction line set up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to have to hire some Keebler elves to go do that.
I know. Not likely we're going to get to that stage. I don't know. Bob's got a nice setup. I don't have the pedal. Bob's got the gas pedal on his.
For $400, you can get the pneumatic valve. 400, or maybe it's 500 now. I don't know. That's what I got. On the pedal.
So this is. I'll show you this too. This is our turntable for the jars.
Huh.
It's a wheel off of a
Out of a
Wheelchair.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the same way that Tim and Hannah extract their honey with like that.
With a wheelchair.
With a wheelchair.
It's not.
I'm just picking at them. They know that.
No.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do? You took it.
Dude.
You.
Yeah,
There you go. Oh, where'd Randy go?
Wrong button.
Uh-oh.
Did you kick him out?
I don't know. I hope I didn't. I'm thinking myself, our first good live, and we got the Dirt Rooster on here, then I kicked the man off.
Come back in, Randy. See, there you go. That is that's ingenuity there. Who'd have thought to use a wheelchair wheel to make a turntable for your honey bottler?
That's genius.
Mm-hmm. Jacob's got lots of old wheelchairs we can get a wheel off of.
Well, that's a bummer because I was going to ask him, since he's pretty well center between us and Mike Berry and Jeff and them over there. But just curious as to how his flow. Let's see, we might get him back here, maybe get this
Somebody's
button
trying
to
to come in.
work. But just to see how his flow is going on.
Well, I looked at that map yesterday. It looks like Mississippi's got one of the heaviest flows in the United States. So, at least compared to what we get down here.
Is he coming back on?
Yeah, I'm trying to get him back now.
There he goes.
He evicted you, Randy.
Well, I was trying to set up. You know, these mitts kind of hit buttons when they ain't supposed to. I think I hung up on myself.
But
Yeah, now Randy's going to call me to get Gunline's number. Everybody called me for somebody else's number. Today it was Ed calling me for Lee's number. Randy's called me for Lee's number. Hey, Bob, we're going fishing. Oh, hey, that's nice. He's, what's Lee's number? We don't want you to come, Bob. We want Lee to come.
I knew you wasn't going to come. It's too far.
Yeah.
God love him when we went and visited him. The Dirt Rooster down there.
So, Randy, when you.
But
sorry about that.
he helped us out with the phone number and allows us to contact him from time to time when we get in a bind. We appreciate you on that, brother.
Randy cracked me up because I get those hip hop reels and memes.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Do you weigh your bottles there, Randy, or you just bring them up to the fill line and be done with it?
I bring them up to the fill line. They're probably overfilled by a little bit, but I just bring them up to the fill line and tap it if I don't feel like I got enough. And if I don't mind if I overfill a little bit. I'd rather them get a little extra.
Right.
But
You're dealing with quite a bit of honey too, right?
Yeah, there's probably 5 gallons in the bottler right now. And I got 4 gallons from a cutout that it yielded about 8 gallons, and a lot of it was real pretty cut comb or real pretty comb that was good for sticking in bottles or whatever. And so there's about 2 gallons of that, and I got 4 gallons of honey from crushing, and I gave the homeowner about 2 gallons, and that's all they wanted. So the rest of it's at 19.6, and I got to dry it down. So I got to put it in this tank and warm it up.
Was talking to them before we got cut off a minute ago. Randy, you were pretty well, I say, almost dead center between us and Mike Berry and Jeff and them over there for the most part. Mike talks about how things are slack this year on his side of the pond.
Yeah.
We're kind of in the same boat on this side of the pond. Are you doing any better? Or are you kind of sitting idle like us as far as the flow?
We're about the same. We got burned pretty bad during that late freeze, and but down close to the beach, and this cutout I did was like a half mile from the beach. Down near the beach, it didn't seem to affect them like that. So this hive was just slammed full. It was 9 foot tall, and it was full of honey. It had 5 brood combs that were 4 foot tall in it. And then the rest of the hive was nothing but honey, and most of it was capped. But it was high humidity when I pulled it, and so that soaks in pretty fast. And the cutout turned out to be way bigger than I expected. So it took me a day and a half to do it. So all that honey was exposed to the weather for a full probably 24 hours with no bees on it. And so it just soaked up moisture from the environment. So I'm having to try to deal with that. Be easier just to feed it back, but it was some good honey. So I'm going to try to save it. But yeah, up here north of the beach a little ways where we are, I've got 32 nukes left over that are booming, but usually by this time I've got a lot of hive beetle problems because they're getting honey bound. Well, I'm not really having that problem this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not putting it on like they usually do. So I'm gonna go out tomorrow and go through a bunch of them, thin a few of them down, sell a few, and put some in some 10 frames and get rid of some of these nukes before they turn into a problem. Because every year I do that. I'll make up more nukes than I have a demand for, and then I end up at the end of the year with 20 or 30 nukes left over and just don't have time to get to them. And so by the time I do get to them, they're just a nasty mess. Bunch of dead outs because they've swarmed and or gotten weak or lost a queen, whatever. So my brother went through some today at my dad's. I went up to Wonderful Bees yesterday or day before yesterday, and they're shutting down their grafting. So I went up there day before yesterday and pulled 11 of their breeder queens out of their timing boxes. My dad just had to have queens. I need queens. Well, I said, what do you need queens for? Oh, I need to make some splits. I said, well, you need to make splits before I go pull queens. Well, of course, he can't do it. So it's all, he needs queens, but he needs somebody else to do the work for him. So so he's just creating chores for me and my brother, as usual.
Yeah, y'all drew the short straws, it sounded like.
Yeah. So I went and pulled 11 breeders out of timing boxes. They're a year old. They were phasing them out. So I pulled those, and even some of their timing boxes had hive beetle problems. Had larvae in them already and were missing queens. But so now he's got, they were able to put all but 7 in boxes today. So I'm going to have to find places for the other 7, or they'll probably get neglected and die.
Charlie, you break over there?
That's what I was
Charlie,
thinking.
He's chilling.
He's
I'm
napping.
just listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where you getting?
Your brother's got that, what is it, queen line and capper machine, and he's really in the honey processing, isn't he? Quite a bit.
He's kind of getting out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I hear used equipment coming up. Hold up.
Yeah. He's an Allstate agent, and he's got a decent office there in Hattiesburg, and he bought another office in Laurel last year, and that's really killed a lot of his spare time. And he's building an antique store, and that's taking up a lot of his time. So I just went and helped him load up some stuff on his trailer to go north tonight, and that's where he went, and I came here. But he just don't have time for the bees anymore, really. So he's talked about getting out of it. I don't know that he will. He's got some good nuke buyers that he has to service every year that can't really give up because they buy enough that it's worth it. But he's got his hands full of other stuff. So
what's he into, the antique business?
His I don't know if you want to call it his girlfriend, but she's in the antique business. So he's got a big building in Hattiesburg, and they're setting up the upstairs and part of the downstairs as an antique shop.
Right.
So she's into, refinishing, repurposing whatever old junk and turning it into something nice and
selling it. So.
I don't know. It's just stuff. It's junk to me.
Are you bottling 1 pound squeeze bottles like that?
These are 2 pound.
Those are the 2 pounders?
Yeah.
Where are you buying those from, if you don't mind us asking?
These came from Daydant.
All right. So we're going to say, why aren't you buying it from Gamber Container? Because
we didn't need that many of them, and I don't even know who ordered them. I'm sure my dad probably ordered them, but he's got.
Because Daydant orders them from Gamber Container.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I see 18 cases over there right now, and I know he's probably bottled. Well, 22. I don't know. There's probably 22, 24 cases of the 2 pound squeeze bottles in here, and he's gone through a lot of them. So I don't know how many cases he bought, but he supplies a lot of the local health food stores and that kind of thing. So keeps him busy. That's why I don't really sell local much. We'll sell to our friends, people my wife knows, but I don't try to step on his toes. It keeps him busy, gives him something to do, and I got plenty else going on, not to be trying to compete.
Tim, did you hear that nugget? We sell to our friends. I sell to my friends.
Yeah.
Noted. Yes, sir. Yep. That's the turnaround we got to make.
He did do better this year, though.
Yes, we're gonna take it.
For years, I wouldn't sell honey to anybody. If they asked me about honey, I'd just tell them where to get it. If they were a close enough friend, I'd buy it from my dad and sell it to them. But anything I had, I would either give away or feed back to my bees. But year before last, I guess I started selling it online. I figured, well, he's not going to sell online. I'm selling to Canada or Washington State or wherever. He ain't never going to sell to them. So I do sell online a little bit, but locally, if you don't know me or whatever, go to the store and get some Stinger juice.
There we go. Yeah, that was their thing. They I wouldn't say getting on me, but just saying
we were businessing.
There you go. Yeah. Taking and looking at the point of selling it. And if you're not so much trying to make a huge profit or anything, but somebody like us that's just got 8-10 hives and you need to take that money and put back so you can reinvest that into more boxes, more frames.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to continue to grow type stuff. But
yeah,
that's something definitely we're going to do more of.
It's hard to, for me, it's not. I made that decision a long time ago. It'd be hard for somebody else to come along and not sell. I'm really, really careful when I sell honey from a cutout. I've got to know for a fact that it's never been sprayed, that they've never done anything with it. This was an 84-year-old woman that, you know, she could barely walk. She ain't never been out to this gazebo that had bees. So, and her son was all about saving the bees. So I knew they had never done anything with it. And they were, after I had a long talk with them about, you don't want to eat none of this if it's had any kind of poison on it. Well, they wanted honey, and they were tasting it and loving it. So I was pretty certain of what I was getting. But it's hard to take a hive like that that's got on the retail end $700 worth of honey in it and say, I'm not going to sell that. You know, so we're going to bottle this up, and it'll go to whatever friends Elizabeth has, or on, you know, giveaways to neighbors. We've already given away a couple gallons just to the neighbors, probably. Just, you know, they don't have it, but it's committed to them.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I think we were hoping we'll get picked up on something, whether, I mean, the tallow save us, because we didn't hit a lick on the privet. Now, we got into them the other day, and we had forgotten to put a frame in, and they had, you know, took and built down between that frame,
Mm-hmm.
and we didn't have any rubber bands to put everything back together, so we just pulled what they had built.
Yeah.
We took a bite of it, tasted it, and man, but you talk about some good honey. It had a good heavy blackberry taste to start with, then it went to a muscadine or scopolamine taste. And
Yeah.
that got us fired up, but
Big time.
That's the kind of stuff you want, and if it's dried down enough and you can bottle it, man, whose honey is that? Somebody at Hive Life gave me a bottle. It's on my shelf. There's 2 bottles on my shelf from them. Oh shoot, what is their name? I don't know. To come to me in a little bit, but their bottle says something about special small batch, something another. I don't know, but I like the way they labeled their stuff. It was like you're getting one specific frame or whatever out of a specific flow. It's not a blend, and you're getting a specific flavor that you can try. And so every flow is going to be really different for them, and every yard's going to be different for them, because they're not going to blend like all this stuff. There's, like I said, there's 4 drums of honey in here. That's all blend from a lot of yards, but they're all local. It's all local to us, but it's all going to taste the same. It's going to taste the same this year, next year. You're not going to try anything different.
that'd be
So-
the thing, to be able to try to decipher which, you know, okay, this is going to be my blackberry flow. This is going to be my privet flow.
Yeah.
You know, be able to nail those things down.
Right.
That'd be,
Yeah, send them off to a lab to do that.
I guess, wouldn't it? Shoot, wasn't y'all talking about a couple $100 on one of y'all's labs, Bob, to have that stuff sent and tested?
Yeah, I think Betterby sells a kit, like a honey DNA kit, that's like $400 or something like that. That's
Mm.
I don't need to know that bad.
No, it's honey, y'all. Here you go.
No, that's a like
You can pretty well narrow down what it's going to be. There'll be some summer tie around here, but mostly in the main flow right now, it's going to be 90%, 99% Chinese tallow.
Mm-hmm.
If you got any privet hedge or something like that left over, it's probably not going to be enough to change the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't usually pull on early flow like that. It doesn't usually make enough, and they're building up for the summer anyway, so we just leave it on them.
Now,
We
the
haven't
privet
really
was
had
on for
much.
a minute, then it just, it was gone as soon as it come on.
Yeah. Our privet hedge and ligustrum did all right around here, but the privet hedge did get burned a little bit, and the tallow got burned real bad. I'm surprised much of any of that's blooming around here, but it is a little bit. It doesn't seem to be putting off nectar like it usually does, but especially 30, 40 minutes west of us, tallow is real thick over there. It gets down in the swamps and stuff, and it's real thick. And you could, a month and a half ago, you drive through there, and there's just fields of just burned trees, and it looked like it had all been sprayed with Roundup, but it was just from the freeze. And I went through there the other day, and it was all back. It was all green, but didn't have the first tassel on any of it. So the feral colony population is probably going to be down over there as well.
Lord willing, it'll do a 180 or something on this kind of thing. 'Cause we were seeing that too, and watching world famous Mike Berry over there. He was thought,
Yeah.
how they would burn.
Yeah.
But we're starting to see a little bit of the tassel and everything coming out more. I'm sorry, I got tickled with DC. It's Charlie
It's about
breathing.
to call 911 on Charlie over there. Goodness.
What happened with Charlie? I don't see the feed. I don't know what everybody's talking about.
He's just laying back, chill, look like he's about to nod off on us.
I just got a nice
Charlie
chair.
don't have tallow. He's lost on this one.
Yeah. Anything I can tell you about tallow is Lee gave me some tallow to taste.
Yeah, what'd you think?
It's not as sweet as what I'm used to. It's kind of a bitter taste, honey. I think it's got a bit of a bite to it.
Got a little bit of a burn on your throat.
I don't know. I get locust honey up here, which is real. It's like cotton candy, real sweet, real high sugar content.
Yeah.
And the tallow is, it's sweet, but then it's got like a aftertaste to it, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah, you can have. Yeah.
I mean, we had a tasting at our bee club meeting here back.
Maybe Lee gave you a burned bottle of honey.
Yeah, I think so. And I had
Maybe he burned it in his bottle.
well, let's see. Mike Berry gave me some tallow, and then Lee gave me tallow, and I had that there sweet clover from Canada from James, and I had Canada from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and my stuff, and stuff up in Pennsylvania, and it all had different tastes to it and everything, and it was interesting. We have those spotter landing fly bugs that came in from China, and the guy gave me a bottle of that lanternfly honey out of Pennsylvania, and which has a kind of a smoky taste to it, and it's something different. I don't harvest it. I mean, it came into our area last August, and I just let the bees have it for winter and everything. So did you compare? And then that privet, I don't know what privet is either.
Did you compare Mike's and Lee's and see if it was?
Yes, and they both, one's lives on one side of the state and the other and it tastes different.
Yeah.
There's a difference in taste, even though it's the same plant. It
might be the other nectars that are also being brought in and mixed in with it that are different from local
That's
areas.
what it is.
Yeah, definitely there was a different taste between the two.
Yeah.
And everything.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, whose was better?
I don't remember. No,
Can't say it. You can't do that. That's YouTube suicide. So what y'all's weather been like, Randy?
Warm.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's starting to warm up. It hadn't been terrible.
It was 58 degrees for a high yesterday and 62 degrees for a high today here.
Oh, it's been in the mid 90s. Mid 80s. I'm sorry.
So I'm hoping the
low humidity has been wonderful, though. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had this low of humidity, and it not be 90-something degrees with 100% humidity.
Yeah, it hasn't been as hot as it usually is this time of the year, but it's warm. I'd prefer that 50-something degree weather.
Not when it comes to making honey.
No. No.
I'm sort of worried, but then I put it up that Mother Nature and God knows what they're doing, so I'm sure the trees got to bloom, so they got to do it sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
this will probably be our last cool snap for the season. Then it'll be game on.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna get cool till next January when this goes away.
Hey, you need a good dog, Randy. Tim's got one he's giving away.
I got somebody else trying to give me a dog now.
You see Hannah's like, this dog ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think so. I got a little hooked on him.
Yeah, Wonderful Bees is moving up north now, and they're trying to give me a dog that wandered up at their place and wouldn't leave. I said, you feeding it? He said, yes. So that's why I won't leave.
I fed
feeding
something all my chickens this last week. Got in there and took them all out except for 3. And now they won't hardly come out of the hen house because they're so scared they're going to get got.
They're traumatized, Bob.
No, it's hard to see, but if you pay attention in that premiere that we did today, if you look, it'll be on the right-hand side. You can barely see the barrel of that 12 gauge leaned up at the back of that one hive right there. And I've got my firearm on my side. And the reason being, just same thing. Old Fox has been hitting the hen house hard. So we let the babies out for a little bit to do a little free ranging. And she said, we're going to let them out today. We're going to have the shotgun on hand. So we was kind of hoping we didn't have to blast it off in the video, thank goodness. But there may have been a potential.
God, please don't make us have to pull this shotgun and be the rednecks of YouTube.
Yeah, I have to. Every time I shoot something, we're in the city limits. So every time I shoot something, I got to call all my neighbors and say, hey, it was me again. Don't call the cops. It was just me.
Well, I mean, you're used to it out here, but not on YouTube.
No,
Yeah.
Lee, we went 6 hours and 23 minutes. So we got about 45 more minutes to break the record.
Do y'all want to go for it, or y'all ready to wrap her up?
I'm fixing to jump off here and finish up what I got to do. Elizabeth
it's
don't even know.
4:11, isn't it?
I don't think Elizabeth even knows where I'm at right now.
Well, thank you for coming in, brother.
The thing is, she don't really care.
If she did, she'd have called already.
I don't care where he's at. He's doing something.
She's probably reading a book and glad I ain't there bothering her.
That's that one right there.
I was gonna say I know that feeling.
Thank you for dropping in, brother. And man, thank you again for the confusion that I should have kind of prevented on the hat situation. But thanks for your
that was nothing. I ain't even worried about that. I'm glad y'all having fun with it.
We are, brother. And like we told you in the beginning, keep doing what you do. I mean, we kind of, in a sense, shadowing you in a way. And we appreciate you being.
Oh, Lord, you're in trouble if you're doing that. Well, what you got going on, Charlie? You look like you reading.
Oh, not much. I mean, the flow, it's been dry up here for over a week, and it's been good we've been getting hay in this past week, but we need some rain. The flow's kind of slowed down quite a bit, and you know, I've had some queen issues and kind of fixing them, and that's
Randy
about
Davis
it.
got some.
Randy
Davis got some queens.
He does. They're year olds though. Older queens don't ship well. I've found.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of, the flow will be over by the end of either the middle of June this year or end of June.
Hush your mouth. We can't have that. We ain't even got one yet.
Well, that's kind of where we're at. So, and the nukes are rebuilding back up. I'd sold 11 nukes, nothing like what you all doing, but that's enough for me. And that's about it, just.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, Charlie, but I got to go. But I want to ask one question before I go. I was on the phone with Peanut from Tennessee today, and he asked me, are y'all putting your honey supers on already?
Oh, yeah, we've had them on.
So Peanut's a pretty good beekeeper, but he's been having problems with his hives going queenless after he put supers on, and he asked me if I had seen any of that, and I said no, and I said I'll ask around. So any of y'all noticed anything about hives going queenless after you?
I had one.
I
direct.
have.
Yeah.
Not so much the super. I mean, the super wasn't it. I went through mine and I'd catch, the queen, and I would mark her. And there were several of them where I had marked the queen, and then they went queenless. So I don't know whether, I don't think I use a marking cage and all that. And,
Yeah.
I know not to get on the antennas or anything else and all, but I'm wondering whether that changed their pheromone smells or something, and they balled the queen or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I questioned him on a whole lot of things about whether he had bees in that equipment, whether he had a helper out there that might have rolled the queen, whether or not he had ever had a dead out in any of that equipment, what yards he was on. We went through a whole lot of stuff trying to figure out what his problem was, and I never did narrow it down to what he was doing wrong.
I don't know. I have heard a lot of folks, having queen issues this year.
Yeah.
Around. So I can't tell you why.
I've had a real good year with them. Especially on my home yard, I had 39. My first round of queens, I mated 39 queens on my yard, and got a 100% return rate on all those queens, and about 7 of them put out supersedure cells after they laid up 2 or 3 frames. But I ain't never had a yard bring back 100% before, and so I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah.
But it's 7.
Why they do that? Why do they let the queen go out and mate and come back and lay a couple frames, then get rid of her?
I don't know, but they were all 7 of them that superseded had real good brood patterns and were full of eggs and young larvae, but they all had supersedure cells on them. So something went wrong with them queens. But
I got a couple nukes like that.
Yeah.
I saw Ian do that with one of his queens. He went through the colony and they had nice brood patterns, and there was a supersedure cell. He just knocked it down and kept going.
Yeah.
He's like,
I'll leave them. I'll leave them and add a newer cell or add a older cell to them, so I can get them going faster. But they don't always accept a capped cell if they requeening like that. So if you can put an open cell in there, and all of them were open when I found them, so they may have gotten the cell I put, or they may have kept their own. Who knows? But it got them going faster anyway. So or hopefully.
Right.
Tim, how many people you got watching now?
51.
So
according to the little eyeball up there.
51. I thought this conversation was just between us 4, and here I've done showed that press and everything.
And your wheelchair spindle.
Yeah. The Dirt Rooster secret's out. Yeah. Don't tell nobody now.
Don't tell nobody. Somebody's gonna patent that press now.
I could be halfway.
Well, y'all have a good evening. I'm gonna get back to bottling honey and all this stuff.
And when your brother decides he wants to get rid of some of that used equipment, give me a holler.
Yeah, you'd have to fight my dad over it. It wouldn't be a hard fight because he can't even stand up, but he wouldn't let it go nowhere.
I just bought a steam uncapper, not the Silver Queen, not that beast, but the Lyson one with where you spin the frames through it. But I bought that. I'm waiting on it to get here. So
yeah, those are fun.
Now I just need honey. Got the equipment, don't have the honey. So
that's all right. It's better to have the equipment than to have a bunch of honey and no equipment to pull it.
Or a manual extractor. That would be terrible.
Yeah. I've done it. I've done it.
All right, y'all. All right, Randy, take it easy, brother.
See you. Right.
Good night. All right. Well, that was a blessing there.
That was a surprise. Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, I just looked over on YouTube and I just saw him disappear off the side there. But yeah, man. So it's I'm just picking on you about the extractor, man. Get what you can get when you can get it, and do what you can do. That's it.
Keep picking on him, dog.
Hey,
see,
I enjoy cutting up.
now,
we-
Tim, you just go order it right now, and because she's in agreement, you just go ahead and order it, and she'll be like, "What'd you do that for?" Well, you said keep picking on him. I'm just gonna make you happy.
But here's the hiccup though. I no longer carry a debit card. I haven't had a debit card in,
And whose fault is that?
I don't know, 5 years, literally, probably.
At least 4. Literally, because he lost it and I can't order it for him. All he's had to do for the last 4
Call up and tell the bank you need a new debit card.
call to the bank, a 30-second phone call, and he won't do it.
No,
Well, see,
I
that
ain't
takes
calling
all
him.
his liability away from it. If he stops at the Home Depot and buys something, then he don't have to explain it because you have to pay for it with your card.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If I get something, I gotta say, well, hey, where's the card at? Or tell me the numbers out. She knows what the numbers are on the thing, so I ain't just say, hey, what's them numbers, and punch them in real quick. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel
It's
like
not
fooling with
my
all that.
fault that he doesn't have a debit card, though. I've been telling him over and over, this is one thing I cannot actually do for you. You have to make this phone call by yourself. But no, he's not going to do it.
Well, see, Hannah, just go ahead and order it, and Tim will be all right.
That's just too tempting.
Here's my rub on it, Bob. When we first got them things, the banker man said, "Oh, Mr. Blake, you can pick out whatever style you like and all this." And I said, "What you got in like the construction field?" Well, he said, "Oh, we got something great for you. It's some paint."
Paint cans.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
And I'll tell you, well, all right, that'd be pretty cool. Well, I got the thing, and it looked like some little 5-year-old had stuck dots all over my debit card.
It did. It looked like the cutest little polka dot pattern you ever saw.
I was like, I ain't doing this. I told her, I said, whenever this rascal runs out of date, I'm not ordering a so-called special-looking debit card again, whatever. But I ended up losing it and turned it all off or whatever. And I ain't fooling with the bank.
Right. Let me see. My wife doesn't have one for some reason. I keep telling her to call. That's what
Yeah.
Blaine said.
No, I'm being serious. That's a real reason, not a made up excuse.
I don't know. She's told me a couple times, call them and do whatever. All right. That's
I've
about far
told you
as it goes.
several times, call the bank.
That's funny.
That is a good idea, though. I can get me another one and just go, hey, look, I ordered this electric extractor here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be mad, because it's already paid for.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
You got
Decent
3
stuff.
minutes and 4 seconds to 6 hours.
All right.
Seriously?
This
We'll go
record-
to six. We won't kill the record tonight,
I can't believe we've been on here for 6 hours.
but maybe next Sunday during Sunday fellowship, we'll go 6 hours and how many minutes?
Got to go at least 24 minutes, I think. 6 hours, 24 minutes.
6:24.
Danette said, go, go, go.
Well, hey, all right. Y'all want to hang out? We'll go.
That's funny.
Charlie might need some coffee if he's going to hang out.
Charlie's got his Diet Coke there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bug out here pretty soon.
You're going to bug out. You're not going to be part of the record-breaking stream?
No, I got to get going.
You don't even have to work tomorrow, do you?
I'm not sure about that.
You own the company. How are you not sure?
See what my brother wants to do.
We gotta love him.
Until it's Monday. Do what?
I'll say we gotta love him. He's been hanging out with us for a couple hours himself, so we appreciate you
Mm-hmm.
riding it out too, bro.
Oh, that's no problem. I enjoy everybody.
All right, well, we'll try it. I mean,
Yeah,
if
Hannah.
Bob has to go. I'll read y'all some more Foxfire stories.
DC said, Hannah, you can do it. I'm not sure about Charlie.
That's because Hannah's on her 5th cup of coffee since 4 o'clock this afternoon when we started all this.
So we've talked about goals and stuff. Tim and Hannah, where do y'all feel like you're trying to take this thing to? What's your ideal situation?
Well, the big goal, I guess, if we're gonna go there, will be absolutely be able to take the bee business and be able to capitalize and yet profit and turn it into a good profitable business, because I'm putting myself old in a sense now. I mean, yeah.
Well, construction work will age you quickly when you start lifting heavy things and getting on ladders, and it's a lot of work, right? Physical work.
Well, it is. I've been going 22 years in construction, and I just passed over the 41 mark, thank the Lord. And yeah, I'm starting to get those worse and worse back pains, and my knees are popping way more. And
Well, look
I'm
at
starting to feel
Charlie.
it.
He's only 43 years old, and I mean, look at the age he's with the lumber business.
It's terrible.
That's toting all that lumber, wear your tail out. I mean, you talk about a job in itself. That man's working himself too, moving all that lumber around. I tell you what, shake Charlie's hand, and you'll be able to tell what that man's done, because I bet you he's got a grip pulling all that wood around all them years.
That's where forklifts and stuff like that come into hand.
Yeah.
I haven't. I think I've only had one colony get robbed out, Michael. I haven't had much issue.
So how many do you believe that would take?
DC, I'd say probably for us to make a fairly decent little income off of it, we could probably do it off 20 colonies and be.
Make a decent.
Well, you know, the thing of it is right now, it's not so much making an income as far as a profit income. You want a cash flow coming in so you can upgrade your equipment line to make the process of extraction or whatever easier for you.
Mhm.
And you also want the cash flow coming in. So if you have to feed your bees sugar water in the fall, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys have to feed, don't you, down there in Alabama?
Yeah, we usually start feeding. If in the fall time, if we don't have a tropical storm or hurricane come in and knock out the goldenrod, we pretty well won't have to feed until, I say, late October, maybe early November.
Right.
But then we'll feed
But
all
the thing
the
of
way
it is, it costs you money to feed them bees.
Yes, sir, it does.
You're buying 50-pound bags of sugar or whatever you're buying.
Mhm.
So you got to have that cash. You know, what I'm getting at is are you going to make a profit? No, but are you going to make enough money to pay for your expenses? That's your first goal. Let the bees pay for the expense of keeping them. And that's honey supers or, sugar water in the fall. If you have mite treatments, you're going to have to buy mite treatments, if that's the kind of a thing that you need to do. Or you have your problem is hive beetles. So you're buying something. You're saying to me, you're buying whatever it is to spray on the ground. That's costing you money. Well, the bees need to be able to pay for that for you. And that's by selling the honey. And, your goal is let's break even. Let's not keep putting money out. Let's get the bees to bring money in so they can pay for themselves. Then if there's a little bit of extra money there, go out and get that electric extractor, or go out and buy some type of uncapping tank and, make less mess You know, like, you know, all right, 4 mil. You were saying you got 4 mil plastic. Well, it cost you. Put that down. Of course, I think you could probably reutilize it. But you know, it's costing you money to be able to keep things clean. So I mean, that's the kind of things what I'm talking about. You know, you have to buy bee gloves or fume board spray from Bob or honey lures or whatever, or bottles. You know, if you're buying mason jars or pints or something, I would buy something small. I would buy 1 pounders, something that you can put honey in that's just 1 pound. You know, if you're putting out mason jars and that's a quartz, you know, you gotta recoup that money. You know, so it's a lot of honey. That's a lot of honey.
Need to get with one of y'all or Bob, if you don't mind. You get a chance next day or 3. Shoot me the link where y'all getting them plastic bottles, and we're gonna check into them, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, I just ordered them myself, and they're like the 1 pound bottles are $90 for the. No, it was $119 or $20 for the case. 321 bottles.
Last year, that same case was $97. So it's gone.
Yeah, 321 bottles. It's $119. I don't know what the shipping was going to be. The 2 pound bottles are you get 168 bottles in a case, and it's $103. And you know, start out with that.
But that puts the bottles. I mean, yep, you're putting money out, but it puts the bottles cheaper than a mason jar. A lot cheaper.
Yeah. The 1 pound bottles is 30 cents a piece. So I just calculated that here a couple hours ago.
Well, and 2, and save the time, because what we do with the mason jars, I'm digging myself a hole when I say this, but we don't have a dishwasher. So
you do. She's sitting next to you.
Yeah, she's gonna throw that coffee cup through this puppy.
If y'all knew how many discussions, like,
hey, I know y'all are in Lowe's and Home Depot all the time. You know, they have those discount models that are lined up in the floor where you can get them pretty cheap.
Oh, yeah. But somebody we all know and love doesn't believe that 2 people can use enough dishes to justify a dishwasher.
Yeah, well, see, I mean, I bought a dishwasher, and I don't really do that much dishes either. But you know, when you're running that, trying to wash honey off of one of them bucket sieves, the dishwasher just makes it so much easier. You know,
it would. Yes, it would, because like when we get a brand new case of mason jars, we'll wash them in some good warm bleach water, soapy bleach water. Wash them down real good, rinse them with some good hot water, let them sit and air dry. Then we take and put honey in it. So dealing with them bottles,
just take them out of the box.
Yes, sir.
Out of the plastic that they're inside the box, and then fill them.
Hey, did you see what Blaine just put up? He said, check with Gamber and see if there's a distributor in your area. I just got a ton of bottles and didn't have to pay shipping because they shipped it within 20 minutes of my house.
There you go.
Yeah.
Gamber. All right, she's gonna screenshot that so we remember.
Yeah.
Gamber Container.
Gamber Container Incorporated.
See, I didn't ask the right question because I'm paying hella shipping everywhere.
It's gambercontainer.com. But you can buy them by the case, and then also with the plastic bottles, they all take the same size lid. That's a 38 millimeter flip top lid, just like he's got. Flip it up there.
Flip it up.
Flip the top up, and it has that little safety seal that comes with it. So when you screw it on, there's a seal. It's already sealed right on there.
Once you screw it on, it seals it, pressure seals it to the jar.
Oh, well, check that out. All right.
So now what you do is you buy a case of lids, and there are 1,700 lids, which is about $100, I think, for a case, which will last you at least a couple years. At least it does for me. And it's cheaper. It's about
Steffi just got 10 cases Friday from Gamber.
Is that right? And lids, 1,700 lids. I think they're like 8 cents a piece now. They used to be about 6. And
look at that. Blaine said he got a 195 24-ounce bears, 321 16-ounce skep, 525 8-ounce bears, plus 1,700 lids, 0 shipping. He said they marked up the price a very little bit compared to Gamber's quote, but not a lot. So
right. So well, the 525, that's how many bears are in a case. And I've got a case of them bears, and I still have those bears. When I first started, people like those bears, and they say, well, if I'm going to buy some honey, let me have that bear at 8 ounces for $5, and I'll use that as my sampling, and then they'll come back. Oh, I don't need a bear. I want a 1 pound, or I want a 2 pounder, and that kind of thing. Or the kids are sitting there fiddling with it, and the mother will buy that bear because it's only $5.
My buddy, he asked me, he said, okay, since you're a beekeeper, I got to ask you, what does a damn bear have to do with honey? Why do they put honey in bears? I said, well, bears like honey.
It's the bear, Honey the Pooh.
Yeah. Where y'all been?
Winnie the Pooh. I said Winnie the Pooh.
It's not Honey the Pooh.
That's what he was selling last year. That spotted lanternfly poo honey.
Yeah. We got a new thing for Charlie.
But these are all.
All right, they're 1,700 lids cost $134, but they fit on the bear. They fit on a 1 pounder. They fit on a 2 pounder. They fit on a 3 pounder. So
and they all got that little seal.
I all got that little seal. Comes in a little box about yay big. In it,
so the lids break down to 8 cents a piece, and then if the bottles are 35 cents, by the time you calculate shipping, you're in 45 cents for a bottle and the cap. So
yeah,
it's I mean, I bought 2 of the 1 pound skep cases, 642 bottles. The biggest problem you're going to have is those are big boxes. They're pretty big boxes. So for me, it's storage, right? So I just have them out on the porch until I open them. Once I open them, I bring them inside. Now they are in inside of the box. They're inside of a clear like trash bag, just in there. So you're just grabbing and filling. So
yeah, it's about 8 cents a lid now. It used to be about 6 and all, but and then what did I say? 1 pounder was 119.
Well, when it comes to honey, I'm looking at what Michael Buck's saying here about the QC from the factory. Honey is antimicrobial, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you were saying the other day about how peroxide raises to the top, and peroxide is a cleaner as well. So, some of the stuff that I watch my bees do, like go to a chicken feeder or a bucket that's got like algae growing in it or something out in the yard, and they're lined up drinking the water off of it. And, I don't, as far as honey, I don't, if they sell me the jar and even mason jars, they come in plastic. I open the lid up and I fill them up and put it back. I don't even pre-clean them. So I haven't had anybody get sick from my honey. Haven't had any issues from my honey. So I don't know, as far as like the plastic and all that. I don't know. I mean, I know for a fact when we got them at the Pepsi Cola company, and I was running a machine, they didn't pre-wash all them bottles they ordered in by the pallets that came in on the back of the trucks. They just roll them through the line and fill them up. So, got to have some faith. At least I could say, well, that was a problem at the bottling company, and then I can go to the same bottling company. If I had a problem, I could go back to them. But I don't. Maybe that's one of the small things I don't tend to worry about. But I guess everybody's got their own thing, right? You rub honey on a scratch. That's right.
Yes, sir. I've done it for scratches, burns. You got into poison ivy or sumac or something, and it kept it. It didn't cure it, but it kept it idle until we could get a little better medicine. But as far as burns and scratches, yeah, put it on there.
We're 10 minutes away from record.
10 minutes. We can do it, yeah.
And we got 30 people watching on my channel. I don't know how many we got all together.
44 altogether.
But anyway, I mean, yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, I don't see the list of the amount of people. But anyway,
Maybe they use honey for surgery.
get some bottles and start selling, you know.
Yes, sir. And hey, when I started, before I started buying 300 at a time over on Gamber, I was buying them on Amazon. I mean, they were a little bit more, but I worked my way into being able to need that many. And it took me a while to get through that first box, you know, but I finally worked through it. It's just, if you got the storage, right? Storage is the thing.
This time of year, are they harder to get due to supply and demand, or are they pretty well, you can just call them up and they'll send them?
Last year it was harder because of how things were. Everything was tight. And, they couldn't get this. They couldn't get that. They couldn't get glass for a while. They'll ship you glass too, but if it breaks, they're not responsible if it breaks. So, plastic doesn't break. So, you can buy it at a cheaper price and make a little bit more money. And I
don't think the customer is so used to it now. They go to the grocery store, everything's in plastic. So,
yeah.
As far as decrystallizing, I prefer the glass, but if I'm selling it, if I'm not bottling it,
I just, I got a honey tank here, I had to tune it up a little bit for heat because I had put a little bit of crystallized honey in there for it to melt. And I looked at my bottle, I could see some particulates, which was crystallized honey. Get yourself an old refrigerator and put a heat lamp in there I got an Inkbird thermostat on it to keep it at 100 degrees. I put some bottles in there, wait 24 hours, come back the next day. Perfect. Or, if you don't have that and you got your label on that piece of plastic, you put it in a Ziploc baggie, you put it in hot water on the stove, but where you can stick your hand in and it's still
warm.
It's warm, but it's not burning you. Mm-hmm. And now the bag will blow up. You got to blow the air off because the air on the inside of the bag got hot and expanded. So and then that bag or that bottle will, lay in the water through that baggie, and, an hour later it's decrystallized and your label's still on the bottle. But the way to do it is if it's just a hot box.
That's what we got to check into is looking at.
Find yourself an old refrigerator that somebody's throwing it away. That don't have to work. All you're doing is getting something that's insulated, and a refrigerator is upright refrigerator is insulated.
Or
go to the appliance store. The guys who haul the old used stuff away. Hey, I'll take one away from you for free. You know, if you got an appliance store around you.
No, there's a fella right down the road that does just that. Got him a little mom and pop. You know, he fixes stoves and refrigerators and things like that. So that shouldn't be an
Get
issue.
yourself
at
a
all.
refrigerator where you got the freezer up top and the refrigerator in the bottom. You got the door there with all the little shelves in there. You can put your bottles in there, and you put a, you know, all I did, well, you can look at my videos. It's one of the first ones. I just ran the cord through the hinge side of the door, and where the, there's that little short glass shelf that usually has the tray for where you put your lunch meats and stuff in. I just left that little tray in there and laid a heat lamp on there, a white one. You don't need red like for animals. It's a little cheaper. And you put an Inkberg thermostat unit off of Amazon on there. You can get the heat lamp and the heat bulb, you know, receptacle and everything. Same thing you would use for your chickens. You know, it's got the squeezer on it, you know, where it clamps on everything. And it's just got a tin aluminum bell around it. And I tune it up to where I've got 3 5-gallon buckets in there of honey. Keeps them from crystallizing, keep it at 110 degrees. The honey's running right around 95 in the bucket. And
so it just turns the oven light on?
Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah.
Be my luck, my wife wouldn't check the oven. Turn it on, and I'd melt down every damn thing, burn the house down.
Yeah. What's that smell, Bob?
Yeah. Why is there smoke around here? I'd be getting
so. I mean, you can do it that way, and yeah, you know, it's something simple. I mean, if you can't get the refrigerator, I know, Tim, you can. All you got to do is make a box and put some 1.5 inch styrofoam insulation. Foam insulation around there and drill a hole. Let's see, hot air rises. Make a shelf and put in a heat lamp underneath the shelf, so that where the hot air, you know, rises, and then have shelves in there and put your bottles in there, and maybe a fan. Put a fan in there somewhere to circulate that air around, that hot air, and keep it all about the same temperature. And but also use a temperature gauge to turn the heater on and off, the light bulb. And that's all you need. You only needs to be in there for a day or two if it's slightly crystallized. Now, if it's really crystallized bad, it'll take a while, but that's where you step up in time, where you get a water jacketed heating bottling tank. And it's like, you know, I sat there for years and looked at them things, and it was, at the time, Max Ant was $1,200. And I'm like, I got this 5-gallon bucket here with a gate on it. I mean, how can I justify $1,200? But then you get to the point where you keep getting more and more honey, and then you got 25 buckets sitting here of honey, and it's going to start crystallizing in the bucket. And then you get tired of putting that in a canner, you know, where you can in quart jars, fill it up with water with a wooden thing where the water gets underneath of it and keeps that bucket decrystallizes in the buckets and all that. And then you get to the point where, like, okay, let's get a bottling tank so we can dump a good portion of our honey into that, so it automatically keeps it decrystallized. And then all you got to do is walk over there like a water faucet and just start filling bottles when you need it, because you need to fill 20 pounds or 30 pounds worth of bottles, like Randy was doing there. You know, you work yourself up to that level. That's what we were talking about.
Go to the bathroom before we break the record. I'm getting so excited.
So excited.
So, I mean, you know, that's some different things you can do. You can do it on the cheap. I mean, before I had a bottling bucket, that was another thing. You can take that refrigerator, put the heater in there, the light bulb. You can keep your honey in the bottling bucket, which will keep it warm and it'll flow better. It won't be crystallized, and you can fill your bottles.
Now,
I know the model of the Inkbird. I did. I don't know where it's at right now, but it's on my video. I do know that. Here it is.
All
right, it is an Inkbird controller. It is a ITC 308.
You could also take. I got a refrigerator out there. I could just unplug it.
There it is. Let's see if that'll work. IC
plug and play thermostat.
Yeah.
What do you set your thermostat to?
In the hot box, I set it at 110 degrees. I found that if you set it at 95 or 100, yeah, the bucket is
the air inside of there is, but it's not the temperature of the honey is not that.
Yeah, right. And the bucket or the honey inside the bucket, it might be liquid on the third of it, and down in the bottom of it, the other part of it, it's more like applesauce. It's liquid, but it's chunky. And then if you keep it at 110, the air I don't have a fan. If I had a fan, that would even be better, because I found you got 2 buckets. I take all them shelves out of my refrigerator. So you got the bottom of the refrigerator. You can put 2 buckets down there. Then I put a bucket up on top. The one up on top, which is higher up in where the hot air is, more hot air, that one there will be completely liquefied. And the ones on the bottom are not. Temperature controller to regulate temp. You can use the.
So would you recommend an upright or a chest type freezer? Which one's better? The upright, because you don't have to lift the buckets up over the top.
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, when you got a bucket, now I fill my buckets. I use the honey strainer out of the extractor, and I fill it up to the bottom of that strainer, or just right at it. That's about 54 pounds, 55 pounds in a bucket. That gives you about 4 inches below the lip of the bucket, which you can pour. You're not going to spill your honey when you're pouring it into, let's say, your bottling bucket. Right. So and that's heavy enough for me. A 5-gallon bucket full up to the rim is 60 pounds. That's hard to, if it's a bucket full of water, you know how it is. You're going to splash a little bit. Well, you don't want to splash no honey. So it's better to keep it 3 or 4 inches below the rim.
Now, we heard not too long ago, you talking about them light bulbs, the incandescent bulbs. Is that what you use?
Oh, now I bought a heat lamp.
Okay.
Not a light bulb.
Chicken lamp.
Yeah, like if you got a chicken coop, you got the ones that keeps the peeps, with a red one. It's a red lamp.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can get a red lamp or you can get a white lamp. Get the white one. The white one is cheap, a couple of dollars cheaper than the red. And I bought that at Home Depot.
And the main thing is the refrigerator doesn't have to work. I mean, you could find one that somebody's throwing out sitting on the side of the road, and that would work just as fine.
Yeah, the whole thing about the refrigerator is it's insulated. It's a very good insulated box, and you can cut a hole in it and put the light on the inside and make it real fancy, and drill a little hole and then run the wires through and the probes and all. I didn't go through all that. I just ran it through the hinge side of the door, taped it up with some Gorilla tape. And I make sure when I have the probe, which reads the temperature, I run that inside and let it hang in midair off of that ledge. That way it gives you, you don't want it to touch anything. Gives you the same, I
wonder what the Guinness Book of World Records is for the longest VChat. Well, we're at it right now. We've already passed it. Tim and Hannah are the champions right now.
Did we pass it?
Oh, yeah. We're at 6 hours, 28 minutes, and you beat us by 4 minutes so far.
Oh, I thought we could go into 30-something.
Oh, we can go as long as you want to go.
We can go for 2 more minutes. You'll be 6 hours and 30 minutes.
All right. We'll make it even.
So, I mean, that's what you can do, Tim. You know, you can do all these different things. It just keeps your honey from crystallizing.
Now, I heard through some chirping at the hardware store not long ago, talking to one of them gentlemen in there getting some material, and I was looking for some electrical stuff, and we ended up having to get, I think, some kind of fancy little light bulb that goes in some track lighting. But talking to the gentleman in there, and he said before too long, they're not even going to be selling incandescent bulbs anymore.
Oh,
Everything's going straight LED.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Yep. But that's why I buy a heat lamp. It's a specialty bulb.
Yeah.
Or like the
Just
Bug
saying
Man,
regular-
he made that hive heater. Well, what he used was a reptile
heating pad.
heating bulb. It's not a light. It's just this black looking round thing. It's like it's flat looking and it actually emits heat.
That's what we use for when we do the poor man's incubator, hatching them queen cells. That's what we use, 100-watt. It's called a basking light for reptiles.
Okay.
And them puppies now, they'll put off some pretty good heat. You talking 80, 90 degrees, consistent temperature dealing with that. So in that refrigerator, it wouldn't be no problem at all to reach, 100 degrees up in that refrigerator.
That's all you wanted, about 100, 110, right in that area, right?
Right around 110 is all you
I'm gonna
need.
tell you, my little chicken egg incubator only gets to about 98 degrees. So,
Well, if you're doing queen cells, you want 93. And that's it.
it'll get up there, but it won't uncrystallize the whole bottle. It still looks like it's got, like you said, applesauce in it or something. So
Now, I may ruffle some feathers on that. That's kind of not a change of subject, but on the same subject. Now, when we have enough queen cells to justify doing this, like we did last year, and just found out by total accident, but hatching themselves under that light,
And the aquarium.
the aquarium, yeah. Now, believe it or not, we was able to hatch roughly a little more than 30 queen cells that we had good success on, and those queens went into nukes and different things like that. But y'all, the consistent temperature was 82 degrees inside that aquarium. And if you go back and look at some of our videos, we've got actual video of them queens hatching out of the.
did you notice it taking longer than what it probably should have?
To be honest,
with mine was a little bit higher, and it seemed like they were hatching a day before they were supposed to, or they were going a little bit longer than they were supposed to.
To be honest,
right at the same.
I can't say yes or no on that. Whenever the only thing I would judge by days is the day we stuck the cell in there, I would count, okay, we put it in yesterday, so that was day one, then however many days from the time that
now, is that something you graphed, or was that a queen cell that you found on a frame?
No, sir. Every bit of these was just swarm cells from early season.
Well, you can't pin it down to what day they were capped. If you found them capped, you might be a day older. It might be day 7 or day 8 or whatever. But yeah, that's fine. I mean, I actually started here recently. I had a friend of mine give me some swarm cells, and they were at the right size where I actually stuck them in a hair roller cage and put them in my incubator, which is the top part of the refrigerator, in the freezer section where I keep it at 93 degrees with another Inkberg, controller with a heat lamp in there, and it's got a fan in there, and it's got a little meatloaf tray or lunch meat tray that it was a piece of plastic in it where it came, a container that my brother had, and you pour 16 ounces of water in there, and you check it about every other day. Make sure it's got water and the humidity's in that box for those cells, and they hatched out. I hatched a couple virgins right out of those cells and stuff. And if you got them on the frames like that and they're capped, you just let the frames hang there, and they'll hatch out. You just check them 3 times a day. You know,
That's all we did. Now, whenever they were hatching, it was kind of funny because we're usually up, pretty early, between 4 and 5 every morning. We're up getting ready. Well, whenever we was doing them last year, we ain't had enough, like I said, this year to justify taking to do it, which really we ain't had no queen cells to spare this year. But most of the queens would hatch between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much as soon as we got up, we got to turn the lights on, we got to move around here, I'd go over there and check, which we left that heat lamp on 24/7. Even when we were sleeping, that thing was on.
Right. You got to keep it. You got to keep the heat on.
Yes, sir. But we get up and, man, sure enough, whenever they started hatching, it was like almost every single day there would be a new queen. But between 4 and 6 that morning, you could go up and you could start seeing that little antenna or that little leg starting to kind of try to push through where she's chewing herself out. And we was actually able to get a couple of them coming out.
Right. You know, and as far as the heat temperature setting, as far as 80 degrees versus 90, down at Hardiman's down there, I forget what they told me, but it wasn't 93 degrees. He said, if you keep it, they were regulating their temperature. So they knew that they were all starting to hatch at a Pacific time. Of course, they were grafting and they were using timing boxes, and they knew exactly when everything should come out and all that kind of stuff. So they cut the heat down, so they wanted them not to hatch as quick. Mm-hmm. So they could put them in the mating boxes and stuff. And that right there, all right, you got a system there that it's working for you. So if you get extra swarm cells like that, go ahead and incubate them, and then put those virgins in a JZBZ cage or whatever to keep them, and then make yourself up some mating, some 2-frame, 3-frame mating boxes. Give it a 24-hour period where they're queenless, and lock them up maybe in the same yard. Don't lock that box up. Well, you got a lot of heat down there, so I would say put it in a shaded area so they don't overheat, and feed it. And then let that old queen walk right in there. Just let her walk on in. This I've been listening to these guys, Castle High. Oh, Corey Stevens says to wait 7 days and this and that. And I'm like, if you made up a nuke that's, go in there and smash out any cells that they're trying to make themselves, let that virgin walk right in there. You're done. They work. They do fine.
Well, that's exactly what we done. We would do like a 2 or 3 frame split, let them know they're queenless, and we had queens in several different between clips or whatever cage we could put them in. It got to that point, it was literally running out, but we were splitting everything as quick as we could, and yes, sir, just within 24 hours, we take that virgin out there and just let her walk on in. And I think we only had one that got bald. Mm-hmm. Out of all the rest of them, they just went right on in. And
most likely the one that got bald, there was a queen cell in there somewheres or something. They were making their own or something.
They may have been.
You see that picture I just shared?
No, sir.
Well, you got to add it to the stream.
It
says pop quiz. When pulling honey for harvest in July, how many pounds of honey do you leave the bees? And when you could get that thing added to the screen, it should be on the bottom, I think. I don't know how it looks on the phone to add them, but it's got a. These things are monster tall. I'm like, I don't even see the point of that. Getting them. I mean, we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 deep supers on the top of a. It's like 12, and that's. Can you can't add it, Tim?
No, not on the cell phone, I don't reckon, brother.
Oh, okay. I was trying to share the screen, but it won't let me add it to it. All right. Well, I'll stop screen share. But it is a black and white picture. It's an old picture, and that they have several boxes. It's 12 deep boxes tall, and there's one that's 19 deep boxes tall of honey. They're like, how many?
Like that.
I wish I could show it to you. I don't know how I would be able to unless I can pull it up on my phone somehow.
I mean, seriously, how do you maintain a high?
I don't know. It kind of gets me to thinking. It may have been on one of y'all's lives, but Brad up there with Faith, whenever he was showing his yard, and he had, man, all those boxes stacked, 4, 5, 6 high out there. I was thinking to myself, there is no way we could do that. One good thunderstorm, and buddy, they'd be all on the ground.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
Charlie's high-lifter.
Probably won't be able to find it now because I'm actually trying to find it.
But I mean, as far as like those Virgin Queens, that's great. You can, yeah, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, hold it up, Alex.
Can you see it?
Yeah, there we go.
Could you imagine? And that's only what, maybe 6 colonies right there, 7 colonies.
My heavens. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be time to do some splits. You go to getting like that.
They got sticks on the boxes. And I think, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I didn't notice that before, but look at the guy in the back. There's a beekeeper in the back on a ladder checking the colony at the top.
That's just ridiculous.
Why would you not pull some of those off to extract them out and give them? I don't know. That's crazy.
Them old boys said, we got to give them some winter honey.
Yeah.
Like said,
that's why women live longer than men do. I guarantee that was a man in that suit back there.
Well, it's 11:45, so I'm heading out, guys.
Oh, and we smashed that record.
I can't believe it.
Yes, thank y'all. 6
hours and 41 minutes.
I guess we'll go ahead and we'll cut it on our end too. Thank y'all so much. We had no idea,
can't believe
but
people hung out with us this long.
It has been a blast.
Hey, just think, you saved me from going live tonight. I just went on y'all's live and shared it out.
We'll do it together.
I'm surprised it let me. Charlie said it wouldn't let him share it.
I got something up here now. It says stream this to your audience.
Yeah, that's what mine did. And I just hit it, and then it went to my channel too.
Oh.
There we go.
It wasn't up there. That's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, hopefully I can get in the bees tomorrow. It's supposed to be nice, so we'll see. See how that goes. And I got to go to the doctor and get this cancerous thing checked out on my head. It's starting to itch. So I don't know what it is. First time I ever had anything like that. You see that thing right there?
Mm-hmm.
Just popped up. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is, but
that's a worry.
Said it's just moles. You're getting older, son. So
that could be. Could be.
That's just what it is.
All right.
You will let me know, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. We'll see y'all later.
All right, Charlie.
Bye,
take it
Charlie.
Easy. All right. Good night. I'm gonna leave too, so y'all can wrap it up for everybody.
All right,
We'll talk
bud.
to y'all later. Yep.
All right.
Good night.
See you, Mom. These are coming off.
Yes. Well, y'all, thank y'all
Yeah, I
For-
can't believe that.
for hanging out for this marathon
Yeah,
of a chat and fellowship. Absolutely enjoyed it. Now
it was fun.
we'll kind of chew on this a little bit and see about doing I just seen that look.
Not a 7-hour live every Sunday night.
No, not a 7-hour live every Sunday, but maybe try to do a Sunday evening fellowship here and there type thing. And, we all get on here and talk bees and cut up and fellowship about the Lord or fellowship with the Lord at the same time amongst one another. But as we always say, we appreciate y'all watching and God bless you. Lord willing, we'll see y'all on the next one.
Y'all take care.
Good night, y'all.